Hello, check. Hello, hello, hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention please? It gives me immense pleasure to announce that the chief guest for the ceremony, Honorable Governor of Jharkhand, has arrived at the venue. The Director CSIR-NML and Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Chief Scientist CSIR-NML, are requested to kindly accompany Honorable Governor to the dais. We also have the Secretary, DSIR, Director General CSIR amongst us as a guest of honor through virtual mode. Please welcome our dignitaries with a huge round of applause. आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि राष्ट्रगान के सम्मान में अपने स्थानों पर खड़े हो जाएं. I would like to request all of you to kindly stand on your respective places for our national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Namaskar and very good morning to all. His Excellency Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan, Honorable Governor of Jharkhand and Chief Guest for the event, Dr. Mrs. N. Kalai Selvi, Secretary DSIR and Director General CSIR, Dr. Avnish Kumar Shrivastava, Director CSIR-NML, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Chief Scientist CSIR-NML, people from the media, distinguished guests, my fellow colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of CSIR National Metallurgical Laboratory, I, Shivan Sinha, take the privilege to welcome you all for the curtain raising of CSIR-NML's 1 week, 1 lab program. CSIR राष्ट्रीय धातुकर्म प्रयोगशाला के द्वारा आयोजित एक सप्ताह एक प्रयोगशाला कार्यक्रम के उद्घाटन समारोह में आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत है. It is to highlight that 1 week, 1 lab program is a country-wide campaign initiated by our Honorable Minister of Science and Technology and Earth Science, Dr. Jitendra Singh. The campaign is intended to showcase the legacy, exclusive innovations, and technological breakthrough by each CSIR lab in every successive week. As a part of this campaign, CSIR-NML is organizing 1 week, 1 lab program from today, that is 24th of April, till 28th of April. On this occasion, we are honored and privileged to have Honorable Governor to grace this event with his esteemed presence. On behalf of CSIR-NML, I would now request our Director to honor our chief guest with shawl. Thank you, sir, for doing the honor. Now I would like to request the security officer of the hotel to share the information about the safety arrangements of the venue.
Good morning and Johar, all ladies and gentlemen. Behalf of Radisson, I would like to welcome Honorable Governor, sir, delegates and guests of the hotel. Here, I am standing here for briefing about today's safety protocols. I am head of security here. At the moment, we are sitting in Amelia Hall, which is at ground floor. And I would like to confirm you that today we don't have any plan for fire testing or fire evacuation drill. In case of any fire, you have to follow some protocols like be calm, don't panic. We have 4 exit door in this hall, 2 in your left side, 2 in your right side. Our staff will assist you to get the assembly point through exit door. Fire extinguisher is kept inside the hall, and our ERT team is available here. In case of any fire, we will here to extinguish the fire, and our fire tender vehicle is also standing outside of the hotel in case of any emergency. Thank you for kind attention, and welcome to Radisson once again. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for sharing the information to all of us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, light and brightness have always been equated with positivity, and motivation is seen as a harbinger of good. To start the event on the auspicious note, we will now have the lamp lighting ceremony, followed by the curtain raising of CSIR-NML's 1 week, 1 lab campaign. To do the honor, may I request the dignitaries on the dais to join for lamp lighting. All of you, please stand on your respective position. All the dignitaries are requested to stay there for curtain raising. Sir. Now I would request our Honorable Governor to kindly raise the curtain digitally to formally inaugurate CSI One Week, One Lab campaign and to declare the event open. Thank you, sir, for doing the honor. Now, I would like to request Dr. Avanish Kumar Srivastav, Director CSIR-NML, for his welcome address.
Good morning, Namaste, Suprabhat. His Excellency, Honorable Governor of Jharkhand, Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan the Director General of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, and Secretary DSIR, Dr. Mrs. N. Kalai Selvi Madam. She is representing online. Special invitees, my dear colleagues, press and media. At the outset, I welcome you to the beautiful city of Ranchi, the capital of the state of Jharkhand, which is full of forest and natural resources, for a unique campaign, 1 week, 1 lab, driven by visionaries and mentors of CSIR. President CSIR, Shri Narendra Modi ji, and Vice President of CSIR, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, to reach out to the last person in society at a time when the country is celebrating its Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and also the presidency of G20 and S20 summits. The central motive of this campaign is to bring awareness among people about the contributions made by various CSIR laboratories in Pan-India. It is indeed my pleasure to state about CSIR National Metallurgical Laboratory, a temple of science and technology founded in the erstwhile state of Bihar in the year 1946 by Honorable Shri C. Rajagopalachari ji, Minister of Education and Arts in the interim national government. Later, independent India, it was formally inaugurated by Prime Minister of India, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru ji, on 26 November 1950, in a spirit of hope and in a spirit of faith in the future. It was strategically located in Jamshedpur, in the mineral and metallurgical rich regions, to leverage its natural resources in the building of a newly independent nation, India. Our early research activities guiding philosophy for R&D was indigenous development of import substitution towards self-reliance and saving of foreign exchange. The thrust was attached to pilot plant-based operations required to generate basic engineering data for setting up of new commercial plants, which was immediate demand of independent India when several industries were coming up. In 1959 itself, CSIR-NML developed the low shaft furnace for the production of commercial grade pig iron. It was an effort to produce pig iron without using the conventional blast furnace route with low grade ores. In the 70s, NML started working on the concept of direct reduction of iron ore to iron, popularly known as sponge iron processing. Direct reduced iron DRI was produced for the first time in India using rotary kiln in the mid-70s. Today you will find several mini blast furnaces and sponge iron plants within Jharkhand, which may have directly or indirectly benefited from the knowledge generated by these pilot scale plants trials. CSIR-NML generated by these pilot scale plant trials for several decades spearheaded sponge iron research and technology in the surrounding region for its socio-economic growth. Continuing with steel research in India, in the late 50s, CSIR-NML developed basic line, side, and top blown converters for making steel from medium phosphoric indigenous pig irons. Another remarkable achievement in iron and steel research was CSIR-NML fabricated a baby blast furnace in 1964. The other most impact-making early research towards technology development was strategic magnesium metal production using indigenous dolomite by pigeon process from 1960 to 1970s. Magnesium is a metal of strategic importance because of its applications in areas of defense, missiles, atomic energy, future automobiles, and aerospace. The 60s also saw demand for ferroalloys, which was considered essential for the growth of the iron and steel industry in India. CSIR-NML developed an albinothermic process to produce carbon-free ferroalloys. Another major research area of CSIR-NML is alloy development. NML has pioneering work in the area of alloy development since the 60s. Two other developments that stand out in my mind are the development of aluminum conductors and coinage. When the coinage production in Indian mints, was affected by a lack of indigenous nickel, NML collaborated with mints. NML produced coins of aluminum magnesium alloy, which were used for low denomination 2 and 3 paise in 1964. There are innumerable alloys that were developed as import substitutes and were considered first time in the country. Between 1955 and 1970 and even today, we have continued that legacy and designed and fabricated a large number of indigenous scientific apparatuses and sensors. In 60s to 70s, CSIR-NML made significant contributions to the development of sacrificial anode for the protection of sea-going vessels and oil-carrying pipelines. These anodes were in use in Calcutta, Naharkhatia, Assam, Barauni, and Karaikudi. This again demonstrates our commitment to pursuing research having relevance to society at large. The 1980s have been the bloom of mineral processing activities of CSIR-NML. Several flow sheets for iron ore, coal, limestone, manganese ore, chromite ore, graphite, and many more ores were developed by CSIR-NML. The entire steel industry, TISCO, ISCO, SAIL, used the basic data generated by the NML flow sheet for iron ore, beneficiation, and agglomeration. Several graphite beneficiation and fluorspar plant owe their existence to CSIR-NML. The 90s were a period of dramatic transformation for India. India liberalized its economic and trade systems, and with R&D scenario also changed dramatically. CSIR-NML needed to completely reorient its R&D policies to be internationally competitive. The first initiative was Component Integrity Evaluation Program, CIEP. This was a multi-sponsored program. This was a well-timed program and was needed by the aging industry. Industry at that point in time looking for a solution to their aging infrastructure for advice on fitness for the purpose or remaining life assessment of the component. This activity still stands out as a major endeavor of the laboratory, and a wide spectrum of industries benefited from this activity, notwithstanding Indian Air Force, Indian Navy, and Indian Railways. Around the mid-90s, NML took up a program on the mitigation of pollution from cast iron foundries in the Howrah-Kolkata cluster. Another significant development was cokeless Coppola to save the Taj Mahal. CSIR started a comprehensive program on fly ash utilization in the mid-90s. The focus of the research was on the technology development for new products and applications. Managing slag generated by the steel industry is a major challenge. CSIR-NML has developed many processes for slag utilization. For example, paving blocks from steel slag were developed jointly with Tata Steel and commercialized. A new milestone was achieved with the establishment of the Urban Ore Recycling Center at CSIR-NML in the early 2020s for the development of indigenous feasible technologies to recover non-ferrous, precious, and rare earth metals from secondary resources. The center will not only help to mitigate the environmental issues, but will also solve the problem created due to the e-waste management system, feasible processing, loss of valuables, lack of knowledge among common people, as well as unemployment. A number of feasible technologies have been transferred for the extraction of non-ferrous, precious, rare earth metals from e-waste. Apart from technology transfer, NML also provides training to national and international students in the area of e-waste recycling. CSIR Jigyasa Virtual Laboratory Project under the CSIR Jigyasa program is an initiative taken by CSIR during its Platinum Jubilee year, which was inspired by our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of a new India and scientific social responsibility, SSR for CSIR. CSIR aligning with Government of India on the Skill India mission launched the CSIR Integrated Skill Initiative Program. Now, in short, a few important points where CSIR-NML has played and playing a key role in terms of national, global, and societal are like, first example, I should say, Tata NML Collaborative Program, a unique R&D business model where more than 200 collaborative projects have been undertaken. CSIR-NML, along with the space agencies in the country for future mission programs. The laboratory is a national leader in metallurgical failure analysis and structural health monitoring, and the largest collection of mechanical testing systems in the country under one roof. In terms of global, a large number of mineral processing flow sheets developed are being utilized by more than 50 ferrous and non-ferrous extraction plants in India and abroad. The laboratory has imparted training program on capacity building to transform metal industry developing institute in Ethiopia. The laboratory has collaborated with Boeing USA, KIGM Korea, Primetals Tech UK, etc. for each alliance and technology development. In terms of society, NML Intellectual Property Facilitation Center, the micro, small, and medium enterprises MSME sector is a highly vibrant and dynamic sector of the Indian economy and being benefited by the CSIR-NML. The laboratory has developed energy-efficient, eco-friendly brass melting furnaces for artisans and trained more than 500 artisans entrepreneurs at NML. The laboratory has established Women Technology Park for capacity building and entrepreneurship development at Ranchi and East Singhbhum for job-oriented training for women in the areas of waste management and various areas as per the need of the region. I can go on to enumerate the contributions made by the CSIR-NML to society and the country endlessly. I only try to give an excerpt of CSIR-NML trims. Going back to the 1 week, 1 lab campaign, we are organizing it for 5 days, starting on 24th April at Ranchi and ending on 28th April at Jamshedpur. The program is a blended of extended interaction with students, teachers, scientists, engineers, industry people, and for common man. So with this, Once again, on behalf of CSIR-NML and also on my personal behalf, from the core of my heart, I welcome to all for this very important 1 week, 1 lab program of CSIR-NML Jamshedpur being inaugurated by His Excellency Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan ji, the Honorable Governor of Jharkhand on this day, 24th April at Ranchi. Thank you. Dhanyavad. Jai Hind. Namaste.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the contributions made by CSIR-NML in the past 73 years. It has been truly an inspirational journey and will surely do better to meet the expectations of society and industry as a whole. Now, I would request Dr. Mrs. N. Kalai Selvi, Secretary DSIR and Director General CSIR, to address the August gathering.
Namaskar, Vanakkam, and pleasant morning to every one of you. His Excellency, Honorable Governor of Jharkhand, Shri P. Radhakrishnan ji, Dr. Avanish Srivatsava, my NML family, and my entire CSIR family. I'm extremely happy to be a part of this curtain raiser program of 1 week, 1 lab initiatives of CSIR, which is being celebrated by CSIR-NML at Ranchi with the greatest blessings in the name of, or I would say, due to the presence of the great Honorable Governor of Jharkhand, Shri Radhakrishnan ji. Ji, on behalf of entire CSIR family, I extend a very, very warm welcome to you. And I'm only really missing the opportunity of meeting you in person. It is just because of my ill health, I'm not able to make it in person. But I'm truly missing the opportunity of meeting you and my NML family, especially on this very, very special day. Now, coming to this 1 week, 1 lab program, Ji, as all of you know, and especially to the kind attention of Honorable Governor of Jharkhand, we from CSIR, we are Council of Scientific and Industrial Research with a big family of 37 national laboratories. We're trying our level best to come up with our own way of indigenously developing science and technology for the benefit of Indian industries and for the benefit of Indian society, and especially with the special target of reaching the unreached society of this country through our indigenous science and technology. And it is our Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Jitendra Singh ji, who is the Vice President of CSIR, who encouraged CSIR to come up with this kind of 1 week, 1 lab program, by means of which we, instead of doing our own research within the 4 walls of the laboratory, we within our own, I would say, the circle of industries or academia or the MSME or the startup of our own known circle, we wanted to be known at a massive scale in the society by industry, by academia, by students, by research scholars, by new startups, by very many MSMEs, and also by, I would say, the general public at large. And therefore, the Honorable Minister opined that CSIR should come up with this kind of 1 week, 1 lab, by means of which throughout this week, we will be dedicating one day to really meet with one segment of the society, by means of which we will be able to demonstrate our capabilities. We will be able to make them understand that to what extent CSIR is ready and fully geared up to meet with their requirements. So it is in this particular direction today, NML, the great lab who is the pioneer in the metallurgy related research within CSIR family is doing this 1 week, 1 lab inauguration today. And I'm extremely happy. The program is happening at Ranchi. Ranchi, I think this is the second time for which I should specially thank the state government as well as the complete Jharkhand state, because When G20 presidency was took over by the country, that is India, and when we were asked to come up with RIIG events, CSIR was given the first chance, ever first chance of conducting the G20 meeting, especially at Ranchi. And at that time itself, I thoroughly enjoyed the end-to-end support and coordination obtained from the state of Jharkhand in conducting that event very successfully by CSIR. It was not only CSIR who felt that the Jharkhand state offered its fullest support, but also I would say all the G20 countries as well as the extended visitors, those who attended the G20 RIIG event at Ranchi. Now, this is the second very important event which is happening in Jharkhand. And Honorable Governor Ji, I just want to make you to be aware of, you may be aware of, but I just want to draw your attention very specially on this day that within the same state of Jharkhand itself, we are having three labs. One lab here in NML, and one lab we have it in Singford, that is Dhanbad. The lab is called Fuel Research Laboratory. Mines related, fuels related research is going on. So Singford Dhanbad is there. And we have one more laboratory called CMERI, Mechanical Engineering related research is going on. That is situated in Durgapur. Therefore, whether it is coal related research or Indian mines related research or Indian metallurgy related research, or I would say indigenous equipments and mechanical equipments related research, we are having three CSIR laboratories in and around this Jharkhand state, I would say. Now, coming to NML, actually, Dr. Srivatsava has clearly mentioned that Berenal NML is doing real good service. And Radhakrishnan ji, we are so proud to say that country is now celebrating science and technology with, I would say, much more vigor and interest, especially during this Amritkal. If we just look at the legacy of CSIR labs, we are having different reasons due to which different CSIR labs were formed. Some labs were formed due to the government identified mandates or government identified requirements. For example, I would say when there was an India international expedition of Indian Ocean and the international oceans, towards the end of that expedition, the team strongly felt and they strongly recommended that a country like India should have one national lab on oceanography, and that gave birth to our National Institute of Oceanography, NIO at Goa. And similarly, this particular laboratory, I would say that is NPL, which is there in Delhi, which is the National Institute of Meteorology. Even the Constitution of India is now, we are the custodian. I would say CSIR-NPL is the custodian of the Constitution of India, and we are taking utmost care in preserving the Constitution of India. So this is how many times government itself is identifying that these are the areas in which CSIR labs ought to be established, and few labs got established. There is another way or another reason which we call it as time demanded or the society demanded CSIR labs. For example, once upon a time, the society felt that science communication should be taken care by CSIR laboratories. And this is how now we are having one very great and unique laboratory called NISPER, which is functioning at Delhi and which is taking care of scientific communication. Similarly, India is a country which is known for its Himalayan bioresources. So over a period of time, countries started thinking in a big way, and it was thought that why don't we have a national lab, a CSIR lab, to take care of the Himalayan bioresources. And this is how we got our IHBT Palampur established in the Himalayan region. And over a period of time, the country has seen number of revolutions like green revolution, white revolution, blue revolution, and industry revolution. And just 1 to 1.5 decades back, country strongly felt that we need some kind of an institution wherein we have to think about the IT related developments, that too by CSIR. And this is how our fourth paradigm institute, 4PI at Bangalore, got established. And G, you may be knowing that we have one dedicated institute in Northeast also, Northeast Institute of Science and Technology in Jorhat. And therefore, this is how we are having, or we already spread out our wings to almost every region and more than 25 states of this country. We are having our 37 laboratories, and we are having many of our extension centers also in all the big cities, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, and also in remote locations. Now, coming to the third very important category of the labs, there comes the philanthropy. Sometimes government will be interested to support the CSIR related activities, CSIR lab formation related initiatives, and that is where philanthropy come into picture. And this is how the Central Electrochemical Research Institute in Karaikudi came into existence, just because of one philanthropist called Dr. Vallal R.M. Adagappa. Similarly, CFTRI, even now, the lab is functioning in the palace. Actually, Mysuru, the palace itself was given, the constructed building was given directly to CFTRI. And this is how philanthropy works, by in terms of individuals or in terms of kingdoms and industries, especially Indian industries. They are no way inferior even in terms of philanthropy. This is how Tata Steel came into, they volunteered that they will support the formation of one CSIR laboratory. And this is where we have the great NML, which is in place in Jamshedpur today. And every time we celebrate NML, we never forget to celebrate Tatas also for the kind of philanthropy, for the kind of interest, for the kind of contribution they have given and paid towards science and technology. And this is how this particular laboratory, NML at Jamshedpur, it came into existence. And without disappointing the country's any kind of expectation, from the time of establishment till date, this particular laboratory is really, really contributing to the maximum possible extent it can do. Their interaction with industries, even though Tata Steel is the major supporter of NML, they don't deny their connect or support or working together or collaboration with the second level industries also. They are working closely with MSME, they are working closely with startups, they are working with academia, they are working with the state government authorities, and they are trying their level best to contribute to the society by means of their science and technology. When we talk about this metal and the material wealth of the country, Mother Earth has abundantly blessed us, and especially India, the country has been blessed abundantly by Mother Nature, especially for our metal wealth and material wealth. So even today, China may threaten us, because just 2 weeks back or 3 weeks back, China came up with a kind of an announcement that they are going to give more focus on rare earths, and maybe they are going to follow stringent guidelines for their sharing of rare earth related expertise with other countries. We need not worry about that kind of announcements, because India is not only rich with respect to metals, but also our knowledge, our basic knowledge, our fundamental knowledge, our applied knowledge, our translational knowledge on every metal, whether it is a light metal or a transition metal or lanthanides or actinides or rare earth, whatever name you call, we have our knowledge rich with respect to every metal that is finding a place in the periodic table. This is what actually Dr. Avanish was talking about, our capabilities in sodium. I mean, NML's capability in sodium, NML's capability in steel industry, NML's capability in magnesium. Everywhere NML is showing its expertise. And if we just want to make a mention, we are now moving from fuel-based vehicles to the electric vehicles. So when we talk about these electric vehicles, many times we think that we are going to say goodbye to petrol and diesel, and we are going to directly say our red carpet welcome only to batteries. And this is the only change that this EV will bring in. No, it is not that way. Even with respect to batteries, again, for electrodes, we have dependence on metals. And where to keep the battery? It is encapsulating the battery. There again, we need a case or the container. There again, we need metallurgy. And again, with respect to this kind of a BOP, again, we need some kind of a changes with respect to the total two-wheeler or three-wheeler or a four-wheeler. And therefore, starting from design and starting from BOP and with respect to the overall thermal heat management and electricity management, we have lot more dependence not only on metals but also on materials as well as on engineering design aspects as well. Therefore, this particular laboratory, NML, they are coming up with all their positivity. They are not only working on metals, they are working on materials, they are working on designs also. Gee, as you know, India, which is known, the country which is known for its steel production, I have been given an understanding that even one third of the steel production is taken care by secondary producers who are having a lot of dependence on induction furnace. And when steel is getting produced through this induction furnace, I have been told that the phosphorus content is very large, and this high phosphorus content is not at all good. That makes the steel substandard, and therefore you cannot use it for structural applications. Therefore, we have to really address the reduction of phosphorus content in the steel, and this is coming up with the kind of recommendation that the amount of phosphorus should be less than 0.05 percentage, and this is where NML is coming up with a kind of a technology by way of introducing a flux by means of which the phosphorus content is reduced. So this is how NML is helping the country in an indigenous way by means of which we are making our own steel production, which is capable of getting itself qualified for its structural applications. Similarly, country is rich with coal energy, and this coal, unfortunately, Indian coal is also rich with a high ash content. Again, here again, to reduce the ash content, NML is coming up with their own technology. And again, as I told you, we are having another lab called even Mechanical Engineering Research Lab. This NML is working closely with labs like CGCRI, CMERI, SINFER, IMMT, SICRI, and many other engineering laboratories. And they are coming up with the formation, design, as well as development of indigenous equipments as well as instruments. And therefore, this particular laboratory, they're not only helping us in terms of metal exploration, metal extraction, metal purification, and for metal processing. Also, this laboratory has demonstrated their capability in urban wood recycling also. Because if we just listen to the advice of the Honorable Prime Minister of the country, Modi ji has clearly made a mention that this is the right time, especially this Amritakal is the right time, wherein countries should have major focus on circular economy and recycling of metals as well as materials. And when we talk about this kind of a waste to wealth related attempts, this NML is working in a big way by way of making collaboration with other CSIR laboratories, and therefore for the countries any kind of a need with respect to metals, materials, composites, because even with respect to geopolymer composites, they are able to come up with a kind of a paver block material. So this is one of the success stories that they have demonstrated under waste to wealth. So Radhakrishnan ji, I just take this opportunity once again to say my heartfelt thanks to you for your gracious presence. Your presence will make a lot of impact. Your presence is giving us more energy. Your presence and your words will take us to greater heights. And the entire CSIR family, and especially the NML family, will definitely live up to the expectations of the Jharkhand government as well as your leadership as governor of that particular state. And G, without taking much of your time, because my entire CSIR family is eagerly waiting to listen to your words, because I'm frequently talking to my own family members, including me. All of us are really excited to listen to you. And G, I just wish to conclude my talk by saying only one thing to you as well as to my CSIR family. We are fully aware that next 8 years are very, very important, critically important, scientifically and technologically much more important for the next 8 decades. If we are able to improve our science and technology related contributions, and if we are able to do justice during this next 8 years, I think we are doing justice for next 8 decades. This is not a number game, but this is a scientific data driven understanding. Whether it is climate change or CO2 sequestration or the metal and the material wealth, or I would say the livelihood and the safety, as well as, if at all you say, the security features with respect to food security, water security, energy security, healthcare security, and strategic security. Next 8 years are golden period and very, very important. And we from CSIR, we are fully aware that we have to make use of these 8 years so that CSIR remains as an all-time relevant organization, not only for the 8 decades, but also for the 800, 8,000 and 80,000 years to come. With these few words, I place on record my appreciations and congratulations to Avinish Srivatsavaji for your leadership and the entire NML team for your 1 week, 1 lab program. I wish the program every success, and my best wishes are always there with you. And the Honorable Governor Ji, once again, thank you so very much, and I look forward to listen to each and every one of you. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, ma'am, for highlighting the importance of 1 week, 1 lab program and how much it is of crucial significance to CSIR, as well as highlighting the CSIR-NML capabilities in the area of minerals, metals, and materials. However, we really miss your physical presence, but we are grateful that you find time to address the August gathering. Now, the legacy, exclusive innovations, and technological breakthrough of CSIR-NML since its inception in 1950 are being showcased through a capsule movie. Let us move through the different layers of CSIR-NML's journey in past 73 years.
Metallurgy, the art and science of making and using metals, has contributed enormously to the growth of human civilization. India, with a metallurgical heritage of over 7,000 years, has been the leader. In 1942, when India was at the dawn of its freedom movement, Sri Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar, the visionary leader, realized the importance of metallurgy in shaping the growth of independent India and decided to establish the National Metallurgical Laboratory, one of the first 5 laboratories of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. After 8 years, Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru inaugurated the National Metallurgical Laboratory, popularly known as NML, on November 26, 1950 at Jamshedpur. The mandate was to bring out the treasures of our soil to the surface, cast them to shape and put India in the path of industrial growth. Under the dynamic leadership of President CSIR, Vice President CSIR, Director General CSIR, and its Director, NML is marching ahead to fulfill the dreams of 1 billion Indians.
CSIR National Metallurgical Laboratory, Jamshedpur, is a national laboratory of international repute. The laboratory is engaged in a broad range of research activities in the field of mineral processing, metal extraction and recycling, materials engineering, analytical chemistry, and advanced materials and characterization. When we think of research, we don't only think about creating knowledge, we also think about how the knowledge will actually be transferred to the industry so that it makes people's lives better. Over the past 70 years, industrial collaborations have been the hallmark of NML. More than 100 industries from India and abroad has benefited from NML in various ways. Moreover, the high quality HR development and direct contribution to the society through scientific interventions is an important mission of the laboratory.
Efficient utilization of India's natural resources for the betterment of quality of life has been the motto of NML from its inception. Using pilot plant facilities, NML has developed process flow sheets on beneficiation of iron ore, limestone, coal, bauxite, barite, sillimanite, and lithium ore to improve the productivity. NML's column flotation technology for beneficiation of low-grade ores has set a benchmark in the mineral processing industry. 7 industries across India are now using the column flotation cell to beneficiate the different low-grade ores. Dry beneficiation of coal to save the wastage of water in coal washeries and preparation of metallurgical grade coke using Indian non-coking coals to reduce import of coking coals are some noteworthy contributions. Post-independence, when industrialization was the need of the hour, NML responded by developing technologies to produce pig iron, sponge iron, ferroalloys and magnesium metal that resulted in establishment of a number of industries. NML also developed new alloys like nickel-free stainless steel, PM2 conductor aluminum alloy to replace copper, and aluminum magnesium alloy coins for the Indian Mint. To contribute to the modern India's growth, NML has participated in flagship programs like Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India, Startup India, and Skill India. To realize the dream of Atmanirbhar Bharat, NML developed technologies for production of several strategic metals, including tungsten from tungsten carbide scraps, sodium metal from sodium chloride through molten salt electrolysis, and manganese metal from manganese ore through electrolytic route. Technology for production of corrosion-resistant brass ammunition was developed and transferred to the Ordnance Factory Warangal, Maharashtra, to ensure availability of world-class ammunition to India's armed forces. When India embraced the path of rapid development through construction of railways, power plants, bridges, airports and rockets, NML contributed by certifying the quality of the metallic components at its Crete laboratory, one of the largest in Asia. Indian Railway, Indian Air Force, DRDO, BARC, ISRO, NTPC, and a number of consumer industries all took the help of NML for remaining life assessment and failure analysis. Under the Make in India initiative, NML developed sensors and devices for the metallurgical industry. For the first time in the world, a device to detect the breakout in industrial billet casters was developed using fiber Bragg gratings as the temperature sensor. The technology won Tata Innovista Award in 2022. FlowGuard, Zincometer, and Maxtrix are some other devices developed and commercialized by NML through private companies. NML is producing and marketing certified reference materials to ensure the quality and global traceability of analytical test results. With 39 number of metallurgical CRMs and NABL accreditation as per ISO 17034, NML has placed itself as a global player in the CRM market. MSME and startups are the backbone of India's economy, and their role is pivotal towards India's goal to become a $5 trillion economy. NML has taken up the task to make the MSMEs globally competitive by providing modern technology and technological guidance. The Urban Ore Recycling Center of NML develops technologies for recycling of e-waste in the environment-friendly and economical manner. It has transferred 10 technologies to the MSMEs, and in recognition, NML has received the CSIR Best Technology Award in 2020. In the Waste to Wealth initiative, NML developed technology to produce paving blocks from fly ash and blast furnace slag using geopolymerization technique. Technology for production of high-quality iron oxide from waste pickle liquor was also developed. This technology has received NRDC National Innovation Award in 2020. At a time when India is celebrating Azadi Ki Amrit Mahotsav and G20 presidency, the world expects India to be a leader in science and technology. NML's research work on galvanization of high-strength steels for automotive applications, self-healing coating for maintenance-free corrosion protection of steel structures, novel catalytic nanomaterials for hydrogen generation through water splitting, production of new alloy powders for 3D printing, and holistic utilization of red mud in partnership with major aluminium industries are targeted in that direction. As a responsible organization, NML has taken up the responsibility to solve the problems of Indian citizens through technological interventions. For the brass artisans, NML has developed a brass melting furnace which not only reduces the melting cost but also protect the artisans from exposure to harmful zinc vapors. NML has also developed an anti-tarnishing lacquer to improve the surface finish and maintain the metallic luster of metal handicrafts.
हम लोग पिछले 5 सालों से NML जमशेदपुर से ये एंटी टार्निशिंग लैकर ले रहे हैं। हमारे यहाँ हम लोग फैशन ज्वेलरी बनाते हैं जो कि स्क्रैप ब्रास से बनती है। जब से हम लोग NML द्वारा बनाया हुआ ये लैकर यूज किया है, हमारी सेलेबिलिटी बहुत इंक्रीज हो गई है।
Under the Skill India initiative, NML runs skill development programs for students and professionals to enhance their employability and performance. Invite school students to visit the lab and get first-hand experience on scientific research, and trains women to upgrade their skills and take up entrepreneurship.
अभी तक माना जाता है कि लड़के ही कारपेंटर के फील्ड में आते हैं, बट मैं इस सोच को बदलना चाहती हूँ कि लड़कियाँ भी इस कारपेंटर के जरिए काम कर सकते हैं और मैं अपने पापा के बिजनेस को कारपेंटर के द्वारा ही आगे बढ़ा सकूँ.
With the state-of-the-art infrastructure and hard-working dynamic group of people, NML is always striving towards becoming a global leader in metallurgical research. To showcase the scientific legacy, unique innovations, and technological advancements to the society, NML is hosting One Week, One Lab program during 24th to 28th April 2023. We welcome everyone to visit CSIR-NML and witness our scientific and technological contributions to India's growth and prosperity. Let us celebrate our contributions together. Let us join hands to build a stronger India.
As our director has highlighted in his speech, that a series of events have been planned during CSIR-NML's One Week, One Lab program. These activities are comprehensively compiled in the form of souvenir. May I request the dignitaries on the dais to unveil the souvenir. Thank you, sir, for doing the honor. I would now request His Excellency Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan, Honorable Governor of Jharkhand, to kindly address the audience on the inauguration of CSIR-NML's 1 Week, 1 Lab campaign.
I touch and salute the holy feet of Bharata Mata, the most powerful and the most merciful. Dr. Mrs. N. Kalaichelvi, Secretary DSIR, Government of India, and Director General of CSIR, and Dr. Avinash Kumar Srivastava, Director CSIR, National Meteorological Laboratory, Jamshedpur, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Chief Scientist, CSIR-NML, dignitaries and invited guests, friends from press and media, my dear brothers and sisters. Johar, I am really glad to be present here with you for the curtain raiser ceremony of the 1 Week, 1 Lab campaign of National Meteorological Laboratory, Jamshedpur. I am delighted to know that over the next 5 days, CSIR-NML, a premier research organization dedicated to various facts of minerals, metals, and materials, would showcase its technological achievements for the socio-economic development of India in general and Jharkhand in particular. The research is not an easy job. You have to work endlessly till you get a result. When you will get the result, the required result, that we can't predict. That is the job of a researcher, that our CSIR had a history of 73 years. In these 73 years, I got one personal experience with the CSIR. When I was an MP of Coimbatore, the whole textile industry in Tirupur is about to come to a halt. Supreme Court has given a prediction: you have to treat your polluted water, dyed water properly, otherwise we cannot allow this anymore. That time we approached the Karaikudi CSIR and they helped a lot. That I remember that today. That is where the contribution, and still today the textile town is doing very well, and it is doing about 35,000 crores of exports with only 8 to 9 lakh people living in such a small town or small city. So why I am telling this? Any research is to be encouraged. Any research should be people friendly. Any research should be industry friendly for the development. Our Honorable Prime Minister, in his inaugural address to the Central State Conclave at Ahmedabad in September last year, had urged people to celebrate the achievements of Indian scientists and call for concentrated efforts to make the country a global center of research and innovation. Why such a call has been given? You take any superpower of the world, they are able to stay in there because of their research. The new developments, the new technology they develop, the new material they develop, the new machinery they develop, Without that, they cannot sustain the number one position. America is spending a lot. It is like whether the egg has come out from the hen or the hen has come out from the egg. Because we are powerful, we are able to spend more money for the research. Because we are spending more money and finding new technology, new inventions, that we become economically strong and industrially more successful. It is like that. But when I was talking to our director, he was telling me 73 long years. Yes. At the time of starting this institution, the government may not be in a position to allocate so much of money. The economy grows. We have achieved the 5th position today in the world. Not only G20, we become G5. So the money can be given, but money alone cannot do everything. Your involvement, your interest, your enthusiasm, your tireless work alone can bring the result. Anything can be quantified, but research cannot. The money spent on research also like that. You take an advocate's life. After completing his law, he coming in and he is working under a senior. He will be working like a bull. But he will get only a tips from his senior. Then he start understanding and he becomes thorough with his arguments. Then slowly he put his own office, small office. He will start earning for his livelihood. But after that, more juniors join with him. He takes more and more bigger cases. His success, when the real rewards will come at the fake end of his life. The research is also like that. I am not talking about the fake end of the life, but you invest first, you may not get any result. Further and further investments will lead to the big success. I remember when I was a very young boy, our rackets used to be fired from Andhra Pradesh, Dumba. We will have one small news in the paper that a rocket has been fired and it fell into Bay of Bengal. That was the days. But today, our Chandrayaan is able to give the most valuable information to American ISRO. Why I am telling this? This is how a research can develop. This is how a research can contribute. What we need is a lot of patience and hard work and the sincerity, because as I said, nothing can be quantified in a research. It is the researcher who can tell where we went wrong, what is to be done, what is further needed, how from this stage it can be taken to the other. So he added, the celebration of all small and big achievements of Indian scientists will create a leaning towards science and will help us in this Amrit Kal, the 1 week, 1 lab campaign of CSIR, I believe is a significant step in that direction. See, our elders used to tell, don't plow widely, but plow deeply if you want to get the results. This One Lab, 1 week One Lab I think it is motivating the concentration, the specialization. Once already CSIR is doing that, I believe, because you are concentrating on meteorology, you are concentrating on mining in Jharkhand, which is the need of the hour of the state and the country, because the state is having lot of mines. Natural resource, this is the richest state, so we need it. And when I was talking to our Aziz Kumarji, he was telling me, I asked him one simple question: why we are still lacking behind in matching the material quality, the steel quality of Germans? Why the Germans are still leading in machinery manufacturing? Any hardware you take, they are still dominating the whole world. Why? Because of their steel quality. When I was talking to him, he has very openly told to me, sir, that needs lot of investment, that needs lot of research. So that's why I have gone through the whole thing, the research. Yes, we are growing. When we grow, we will be able to contribute more and more money for the research. So that is how we have to develop our indigenous technology and the knowledge. It is a matter of great pride that CSIR, established in the year 1942, is one of the world's largest publicly funded research and development organizations. We have to understand, when today we are one of the richest nations in the world. When it was started, it's not so. There were starvation deaths. Even that time, this has been started with a long vision. With all your contribution in the years to come, that will be very successful story. Today I congratulate all of you. You got a very big successful story. That is the CSIR today. Nowadays, its role is very important in Atmanirbhar Bharat. I am glad to know that NML, one of the first 5 laboratories established by CSIR, has indeed lived up to that vision, having worked closely and successfully with the Tata Steel since the time of its inception. The journey of NML has been truly momentous. There is a center of CSIR-NML also in Chennai, which is taking pivotal strides in commercial mineral enrichment endeavors, from materials necessary for our strategic sectors such as defense and space to materials needed for medical purposes. NML has traversed the path successfully. A humble beginning is now growing and growing and is achieving so many things because of all your sincere efforts and hard work. I have noted with immense pleasure that NML has worked as an arsenic removal technology, part of our Jharkhand water, which causes serious health. This arsenic content is more in our Jharkhand water, that is creating serious health issues to the people consuming it. Unfortunately, still we have to go a long way. Before Jal Jeevan Mission, in Jharkhand we are having only 6% of the people got the potable water, protected water. Today we have achieved, after this mission, we have achieved 36%. The growth rate may be very impressive, but we cannot forget we have to go still a long way to achieve 100%. This arsenic content water is harming the people because they have to consume it because there is no water in certain parts. In that area also we are working, and I would like to see the large-scale implementation of this work in those areas. I am also very happy to know that IML has developed a technology for reclamation of coal mine water free of harmful microorganisms, making it fit for the purpose of human consumption. Water is a scarcity commodity all over the world. We have to take care and preserve the water. Every drop of water has to be preserved. Today's latest co-jets are also e-waste of tomorrow. That is another big thing. And it is of utmost importance to know the right way of discarding the old device, because technology is improving every day. What it was and what it is today, there is a huge difference. The speed is different. The capacity is different. So you cannot use the same thing for your whole life. You have to throw the old one and you have to buy the new one. So the recycling and reuse of e-waste can also give a flip to the economy. It is a must. And I am happy to learn that the waste utilization is one of the major activities of many commercial technologies have been developed and implemented. The CSIR-NML has already developed the technology for reclamation of precious and other metal recovery from e-waste and transferred it to the entrepreneurs. This is what I said in my beginning of the speech. Any research should be industry-friendly, people-friendly. You are doing it in the most perfect way. My congratulations to you. Recently, India has found huge reserves of lithium. Lithium is the lifeline of our e-mobility vision. Yes, it was mentioned by our colleague Shelby that e-cars are going to dominate the market in the future. Yes, NML is working on extraction of lithium from primary and secondary resources. I would like to see an indigenous technology for lithium extraction from lithium ore coming out from your institute. I wish you will be successful. On the 2nd of March this year, the Research and Innovation Initiative Gathering Conference on Materials for Sustainable Energy was held under the Indians G20 presidency in Ranchi, which was coordinated by CSIR. Many G20 nations, including India, have enormous minerals and materials wealth that is required to be sustainably used for meeting our energy requirements. I am sure that CSIR and particularly NML would rise to the occasion to provide technological solutions in the areas of sustainable energy, storage, distribution, and management. It is immense pleasure to learn that NML, along with providing technological solutions to the industries, is also committed towards Government of India mission of Skill India, and provides training to various stakeholders of India's future growth, like school and college students, entrepreneurs, and industry collaborators. The laboratory is providing training to students and the teachers under its trademark Jigyasa program to learn science effortlessly with fun and enthusiasm. It is of significant importance that NML has established a Women Technology Park in association with the National Institute of Advanced Manufacturing Technology, Ranchi, for women-centric product innovation and tools for improving the working conditions of women in Jharkhand. We are taking rapid strides towards a new India, which is confident, self-reliant, healthy, and economically sound. technology can play an important role in achieving these goals, I expect that NML would take a leadership role in providing technological solutions to the challenges posed in the area of minerals, metals, and materials, which is both economically sound and environmentally sustainable. And before concluding my speech, I will say all our efforts are for creating the wealth, and the wealth created should percolate to the deep into the society. It must reach the poorest among the poor. And with these words, I congratulate CSIR for coming up with the novel idea of 1 week, 1 lab campaign and NML on its outstanding services to the nation. Dhanyabad. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Jai Jharkhand. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor, for highlighting the role of researchers for building the nation and in shaping the society, and the role that CSIR-NML has to play in meeting the industrial and societal needs coming ahead. I would now request Director CSIR-NML to present the memento to Honorable Governor as a token of appreciation. Once again, on the behalf of CSIR-NML, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Honorable Governor for accepting the invitation and gracing the event by his esteemed presence. I would now request Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Chief Scientist CSIR-NML, to deliver the vote of thanks.
His Excellency Sri C.P. Radhakrishnan Sir, Dr. Mrs. N. Kalai Selvi, Secretary DSIR and Director General CSIR, Dr. Avnish Kumar Srivastava, Director NML, distinguished guests, fellow colleagues, press and media, ladies and gentlemen. I'm privileged to get this opportunity to propose the vote of thanks on this auspicious occasion of curtain raiser ceremony of 1 week, 1 lab program of CSIR National Metallurgical Laboratory. First and foremost, we owe a special debt of gratitude to His Excellency C.P. Radhakrishnan Sir for accepting our invitation and honoring us with your gracious presence as chief guest. Your speech was very inspiring for us. Thank you for telling us your expectation. We will definitely do our best to meet those expectations, and we will definitely work very hard to solve the issues of Jharkhand in a specific and country in general. Our heartfelt gratitude to our guest of honor, Dr. Mrs. N. Kalai Selvi. Madam, your speech is always very inspiring for us, and thank you for telling us in brief about the CSIR, different laboratories and its roles in CSIR, and about NML. We assure you, madam, that we will do further smart work, further hard work to meet your expectation or to exceed your expectation. I'm failing in my duty if not expressing my gratitude to the flag bearer of this event, Dr. Avnish Kumar Srivastava, Director, National Metallurgical Lab. Sir, thank you very much for encouraging us and continuously supporting us for planning this event and executing this event. Without your support, it was not possible to do an event of this scale. Thank you. We have with us many distinguished guests today. So, sir, you have taken your time to be with us for the celebration of science and technology today. Thank you very much. Our friends in mass media have been extremely helpful to us. Today with us, members of print and electronic media are present. I express my heartfelt gratitude to you all for covering this important occasion. Thanks is also due to Hotel Radisson Blu for making the arrangements, very smooth arrangement and wonderful arrangement here this morning. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated members of organizing committee. I cannot thank everyone enough for their tireless effort they have shown and their willingness they have expressed to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zone. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
आप सभी लोगों से निवेदन है कि राष्ट्रगान के सम्मान में कृपया अपने स्थानों पर खड़े हो जाएं। I would like to request all of you to kindly stand on their respective places for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Now we have reached the end of the ceremony and we look forward for your presence in this hall for the upcoming workshop in the afternoon on Rare Earths for Self-Reliant India. Thank you once again to everyone for your time and patience.
Rare Earths for Self-Reliant India, may I invite our director, Dr. Avnish Srivastav, Dr. R.N. Patra, Dr. T. Srinivas, and Dr. Yamuna Singh to share the dais, please. Thank you, dignitaries, and may I request our team to please bring the bouquet, and I request Director NML to kindly welcome Dr. Patra with a bouquet. Dr. Yamuna Singh. Dr. T. Srinivas. Thank you, sir. I request Director NML to deliver the welcome address, please.
Good afternoon to all of you. Namaste. We just had inaugural session and curtain raiser of 1 week, One Lab program of CSIR National Metallurgical Laboratory by the Honorable Governor of Jharkhand, His Excellency C.P. Radhakrishnan ji. Now the time to talk about rare earth. It is very, very important topic, and that's why this topic is the first topic of 1 week, One Lab program of CSIR-NML. It also says to make a country self-reliant. See, the unique physical and chemical properties make rare earth elements indispensable and non-substitutable for emerging technologies. And because of these unparalleled properties, REs have become significantly crucial in many fields. Originally, the REs were widely used for traditional sectors including metallurgy, petroleum, textiles, and agriculture. However, with the development of knowledge and technologies, a broad and rapidly expanding range of applications that rely upon their chemical, catalytic, electrical, magnetic, and optical properties emerge, especially in many high-tech applications such as hybrid cars, wind turbines, compact fluorescent lights, flat screen televisions, mobile phones, disk drives, and defense technologies, and many more. Given the growing economic and the persistent strategic importance of these sectors, there is no doubt that continuous access to these resources is strategically important both in developing and developed countries. However, the distribution of REs all over the world is not even. The countries like India, with a deficit in RE-based, land-based resources, mines, are also looking at alternative secondary sources to obtain the coveted group of metals. In this regard, the CSIR National Metallurgical Laboratory, short NML, has been the front runner in CSIR and among the few in India to work in the area of REs, application, microalloyed steel, refractories, use of mixed metal in corrosion prevention and resistance since the 1950s, followed by RE cobalt alloys for magnets and RE inclusion in steel in 70s and 80s. Since 2007, the extraction of REs from primary monazite, C nodules, etc., and secondary resources, anthropogenic waste like e-waste, magnets, phosphor, batteries, etc., industrial waste like slag, red mud, steel slag, fly ash, catalyst, etc., has been a priority area. A glimpse of the same shall be presented after the invited presentations. On behalf of CSIR-NML, I welcome your presence at the workshop on Rare Earths for Self-Reliant India, an event planned in line with the priorities of Atmanirbhar Bharat. I welcome the presence of Dr. R.N. Patra, former CMD, IREL and member, RE Task Force Committee, Niti Aayog, Dr. Yamuna Singh, former head, Mineral Geology, MD, and Dr. T. Srinivas, outstanding scientist, BRC, and the invitees sitting off the dais, my own colleagues, participants, who despite their busy on the strategies to be undertaken at CSIR-NML and India as a whole for stimulating research on the processing and extraction of rare earth elements. With this brief note, wish you all the best. Thank you all. Namaste. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. To start with the program, we have three invited speakers. Dr. R.N. Patra would deliver the keynote lecture, followed by Dr. Yamuna Singh and Dr. T. Srinivas delivering the theme lecture. Before starting Dr. R.N. Patra's lecture, I would like to have a brief introduction for those who don't know him. Dr. R.N. Patra is former CMD, Indian Rare Earths Limited, Mumbai, past president and honorary member of Indian Institute of Metals, Kolkata. A graduate of IIT Kharagpur in chemical engineering, he obtained his PhD from IIT Mumbai in 1988 while working at BRC. He is a member of State Environmental Appraisal Board of Odisha and non-official director on the Board of Fertilizers and Chemicals, Travancore. He is a freelance consultant on process technologies for extracting of titanium, zircon, REs from the ores, refining them to elemental pure form, along with mining and mineral beneficiation processes of heavy mineral beach sands and related areas. He has been associated with various government entities in India and overseas for process policy formulations, research and strategies related to rare earths and beach sand minerals. Especially, we are very fortunate to have him while formulating the Niti Aayog policy framework on red mud. He has 45 years of professional experience in R&D development of processes from concept to commissioning, marketing of minerals and corporate governance. I request Dr. Patra to please deliver the keynote lecture, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Avilas, for my introduction. Now, Director NML and my old colleagues, Dr. Srinivas, Dr. Yamuna Singh, Pradeep Banerjee, and many of my old acquaintances, Sanjay Kumarji, distinguished scientists, ladies and gentlemen. So I must thank Director NML for making my job easier, because a part of my ये टीवी में क्यों नहीं है? Major part of my presentation is of introducing rare earth and all which he has done. Even, in fact, he has introduced the application side of it, the importance of economics. I will be only highlighting the parts pertaining to our country. I will not talk of the global scenario or a general terms. To that extent, I will take the liberty of skipping many of the slides which I prepared as a part of continuing my lecture. The Prime Minister makes the pledge somewhere in November 2021, that is COP26 Paris Agreement, and the same gets consent of the Parliament. Somewhere in 2022, the reference is there, Press Information Bureau release. And then it becomes mandatory on all of us to see that it gets implemented. In short, India will be net zero. Reliance on fossil fuel may be there, may not be there, that is not spelled out, but net zero means carbon dioxide emissions will be zero, net. If you are using fossil fuel, to that extent carbon dioxide will be captured, sequestered, either reused or stored. Now, these are renewable energy sources: solar, wind, biomass, and nuclear, of course. Nuclear, as we know, is not a renewable source, but it is a clean source in the sense carbon footprint is minimal compared to that of solar and wind now. Mitigation methods: suppose you are using fossil fuel, you need to have strategies capturing either by plantation or by chemical method, store them underground or reuse them back as hydrocarbon by using green hydrogen. This is the new energy economy. It's quite material intensive. I have listed many materials. So rare earth is one among them. Copper is there, zirconium, lanthanum, manganese, so on and so forth, many. This part, I think Director NML has already covered. This just for continuation's sake I have mentioned. I will not spend any time on this. I will take a minute in telling the nomenclature part. It is IUPAC who gave the name rare earth in 1985. Before that, there was no clear-cut definition. And you have heavy rare earth, light rare earth, but this is just a matter of convention. The geologist will talk till gadolinium, light rare earth. That's the element in rare earth family where the 4f electron orbitals are all have unpaired electron, maximum 7. A metallurgist will break it into 3 because that's the way solvent extraction will pick them up. First light, then middle, and then heavy. And today, for economic purpose, only 4 or 5, lanthanum, cerium, neodymium, praseodymium, samarium. Sometime only lanthanum, cerium, neodymium, PR are light and rest are heavy. One rare earth you never see, that is promethium. It doesn't have a stable isotope. These are the importance of national security, starting from defense, aerospace, renewable energy, energy generation, energy storage, energy transmission, energy use in a very efficient manner. Ledgers, everywhere you need them. There was a presentation in Canadian Parliament in 2014, and the speaker in his note said that the rare earth market those days in 2013 was somewhere around $2 billion US dollar. But Canadians' estimate was that, which was presented in the Parliament, that their impact on the total global economy can be as high as 1,200 times. 2022, the market $5 billion US estimated, or $6 billion US. The total impact may be as high as 2,000 times. That's the importance. This again has been already introduced, the various sectoral use. In this, the permanent magnet use is the highest, and that's what registers the maximum growth, followed by catalyst, then polishing powder, then metallurgy. Metallurgy has three segments: magnet, battery, and your metallurgical and non-metallurgical alloy application. Now, in value terms, if you look at it, 91% is 4 rare earth, that is magnet: neodymium, praseodymium, terbium, and dysprosium. 9% is rest all. And only 10 rare earths, they account for 95% volume application, both in industry and research. Other 5 or 6, their application is very minimal. Cerium and lanthanum, volume-wise, more than 67 to 70%, but value-wise, less than 2%. This is how the magnets are used. These are only shown in a form of pictorial presentation. Whether it is generator, whether it is a drivetrain, whether it is a speaker, everywhere you need these magnets, a little bit of them. Now we come here to minerals, geology, and mining mineral separation. Minerals are mainly bastnäsite, monazite, genotime, apatite. They are main minerals. Iron absorption clay found in China, source of heavy minerals. This is the distribution. We need not bother much about the numbers, but the fact remains China has 37%, one single country, followed by Brazil and then Australia. India is somewhere 1 to 2%. But the point is, these numbers are based on reported data, and there is no uniformity or there is no interoperability among various countries' way of reporting. In India, we have UNFC. In Canada, they have N143. In South Africa, it is SAMCOR. In Japan, it is JORC. And each of them are different. They are used for different purpose. Now here I have just shown, here you can see that Indian source reported as per the parliament question answer is somewhere around 7 million tons equivalent of REO, and they are all resource if you go by the parliament answers, but they are reported under reserve. That's a very serious issue, because only the part of that which you can work on should be the reserve. Now this is the geology. The geology of rare earth is complex. They all happen, they all are drawn from the core of the earth, magma, brought to the surface by volcanic eruptions and further enriched by tectonic activities and hydrothermal activities. Granite is the major host rock on all continental mass. They have this rare earth in various forms, and when granite weathers, they get released in two forms. One is the ion exchange clay. Now granite weathering will result in clay, kaolinite, hallucinite, and the rare earth in that will get dissolved by hydrothermal process and deposit in the clay and get enriched. Then you may have tree vegetation on the clay itself. This is how China gets heavy rare earth very easily. Now the second one, the monazite, genotime, which are quite stable compound, phosphate compound of rare earth, and quite heavy. They may get carried by the water streams, rivers, and get deposited in the sea bed, and the wave action, wind action will take it, concentrate them on the coast. That is how we have this type of deposit. On the right is the dunes. You see the dark bands, they are the heavy mineral containing monazite. And in the left, the very rare occurrence of these in Kerala beach, west coast, Malabar coast. Every monsoon they get deposited, post-monsoon they get harvested. It's a very sustainable way of mining. These are the properties of various bits and minerals. They all above 2.9. And their magnetic electrical properties, density difference, size difference, is used to separate them into various minerals of their purity form so that they can be marketed and further processed for various industrial products. This is a schematic flow diagram, basically showing the same thing what I just told you. And you can see that monazite comes in the end in this flow sheet. And monazite quantity may vary from 0.5 to as high as 1 to 1.5% in the suite of heavy minerals. Now, these are the issues what you see in a mineral beneficiation plant, whether in India or Australia or in USA. The issues are when you are separating titanium-bearing minerals from zirconium-bearing minerals and trying to recover monazite or trying to recover garnet and sillimanite, they are likely to have minor constituent as contaminant of other minerals. It's very difficult. You have to go through a process of dephosphorization. Same way, zircon will not tolerate rare earth because it will give a color. You need perfectly white tile. Same issue with titanium-bearing minerals. They will not accept garnet beyond a level. So these details are there in my presentation. If you want, you can refer to them, but these are standard marketing requirement, keeping in view the downstream processing applications requirement. That way, monazite is a contaminant because it is radioactive. Your radiation protection rules mandate the level of radioactivity in all minerals, all products, to be kept below 10 becquerel per gram. For that, monazite has to be 0.25% by weight. So till now, it was a waste, not desirable, only processed in a limited way to recover rare earth or thorium as we have been doing in India or it is done in France. But in last 3 years, the price of neodymium, praseodymium has gone 2 to 3 times. That is where monazite has come into prominence as a valuable source of mineral. So I believe the processing strategy needs to be rethought. So this is the issue which I was trying to figure out, that how resources can be totally misleading when they are made synonymous with reserve. Left-hand side is the India map, the topography. See the coastal area hardly within 100-meter height from the mean sea level. On the top is the density map. If you look at the coastal areas, they're all population dense. And unfortunately, all bits and minerals are in the coastal areas. So if you have to do mining, you have to dislocate people, you have to dislocate all infrastructure, road, power line, water supply line, so on and so forth. And bottom, right-hand side, is the obvious geological potential area taken from GSI website. None of them are in the coastal area except a few stretch where you will see these bits and mineral. That's the challenge. This is taken from the book written by Jamuna Singh Saab, which fortunately here. Now these are the places where rare earth occurrence has been established post 2012 after the sensitization that they are strategic, they are needed. But till now, we still rely on monazite as the only commercial source for meeting rare earth requirement. Now we come to extraction, refining, and metals and alloys. This is the monazite. We have sulfuric acid process or we have a caustic process. Finally, we get a product, trisodium phosphate, the phosphate part in the now rare earth hydroxide will come as chloride and they are all mixed. So what you will do is, you will take it for a refining. And when you refine them, you use solvent extraction. There are other methods. You can use fractional precipitation, taking advantage of the precipitation because they happen at different pH. The light rare earths will precipitate the last, the heavier one precipitate at a relatively lower pH. Otherwise, instead of fractional precipitation, dissolution and reprecipitation, you can go for ion exchange or you can go for solvent extraction. In India, in the world, large-scale solvent extraction has been used. And that's what we can skip all these. These are about for the continuity, solvent extraction, the solvent properties, and the diluent, solvents. They are all for continuity of the presentations. And here are the mixer settlers, the workhorse, industry workhorse, which have been very robust. And the beauty of this system is their scalability is very high, to the order of 1:5,000. If you have done in liter scale, it will work in cubic meter scale, giving you the same reproducibility, same result. Now, these are the production technology of metal. Now, metal rare earths are very reactive to atmospheric oxygen. So, to take oxygen out, you have limited option. Either you use calcium metal to take rare earth metal by reducing the fluoride or chloride, or you use electrolysis, or even you can think of going to use a mixture of oxide and calcium, that is reduction diffusion process. There is a process used by General Motor known as Delco-Remy process. In fact, the patent holder was an Indian person who settled there, Dr. Sarma. That process uses a fused salt mixture of calcium chloride, sodium chloride, and calcium oxide. And their sodium metal is used as a reductant, and the feed is direct rare earth oxide, neodymium oxide. So the process used is a semi-continuous process. It is good for small scale. But today, all large-scale productions are in the electrolytic route. And the problem with calcium reduction is it comes in the area of dual-use technology. That is the technology used for making uranium and plutonium metals. And there is a lot of restriction in trading of high pure calcium, which is essential to make high pure rare earth metal, which can give you a very high energy dense magnet. Now coming to the magnet recycle, reuse, industry value chain. Look at this, the rare earth permanent industry. The peculiarity of this industry is the industry is not dominated by any big player. It's fractionated. The players are very small, maybe of the order of $100 million revenue. And this industry uses powder metallurgy technique to make these products. And the size is simple geometrical shape, either a ring or a slab or a circle or a disc. And from this, you will machine it as per your required shape and size, exact shape. So there is a lot of swarf generated in the process. If the size is big, swarf generation is less. If the size is small, swarf generation is high. The range may be starting from 40% to 60%. So with that kind of waste, that means if you make 1 kg blank, your final product will be 400 gram or 500 gram. So that swarf gets contaminated with atmospheric oxygen, machining, what you call lubricant. So that needs to be recycled. And the effort only is 5-6 year old when people are using the process of same electrolysis to recycle it in a very profitable way. You have other process, hydrometallurgy, or you can have a combination of magnesium alloying to do that. But nothing competes if you have an electrolytic cell in fluoride media and do the same by directly adding contaminated scrap into it. These are the patents. I have shown you the countries who hold the patents. All are Japanese, except 2 US or 3 US. And 2 sides, bonded magnet and sintered magnet. Sintered magnets are all Japanese. Only bonded magnet, some American companies. Now you can imagine where the technology lies in this. And if you have to make an inroad, first you have to find your own customer who are all tied up back to back with all established suppliers, and you have to overcome this challenge of patenting. Now, rare earth Indian market. Production is 2,900 ton in terms of rare earth oxide. Rare earth metals, alloys, metallurgical industries, phosphorus, LEDs are big way used, but they're all imported in semi-finished or finished form. You don't have the wherewithal to convert them to LED or to convert them to metal or alloys here, right? You get blanks, you machine it, you generate scrap, then you surface finish it, electroplate it for corrosion protection, sell the scrap to intermediaries, scrap dealers, and it goes back to China or Malaysia for reprocessing. But the market is huge, and I have mentioned the market, white goods, wind turbines, see in billions of US dollar terms. You can see these numbers, starting from electric vehicle market, which is highest at $86.5 US billion, to the lowest maybe some wind turbines, which is $0.22 billion in Indian market. And the growth rate of each goes in 7 to 8%. Now, the rare earth permanent magnet, this is the issue, but permanent magnet industry is very well established in this country. Aluminium, nickel, cobalt magnet are being routinely manufactured by a lot of established players. They have their own induction melting system, they cast it, they magnetize it, and they supply it to various industries. If you look at the value chain, starting from exploration till the car, you see the only red portion, alloys and magnets, are missing from the value chain. And this renders 91% of the economic value of the whole thing. This, in short, tells the challenges. You can see that how the technology is changing. People are improving the manufacturing technique by the grain refining or grain sizing to finer the size, then adding cerium and lanthanum so that your dysprosium, terbium dependence is reduced, or you can have a solvent extraction by focusing on froth flotation to improve the recovery of your monazite. But maximum reprocessing, recycling is in the manufacture stage, as I have said that. Even when you make metal, a lot of metals come out contaminated with the electrolyte and they need to be recovered and recycled. This, in short, actually captures that. Now, I have already said what needs to be done in establishing a rare earth value chain in the country. If somebody makes the metal and alloys and the magnet and can negotiate with the patent holders, manufacturing technique can be established because there is a huge potential market for the end products. Now, this is industry revolution, governance and geopolitics. Look at this industry, started with 5,000 ton, today it is 3 lakh ton. I have captured only up to 15. Between 15 and 2022, the compounded aggregate growth has been 12.7% year over year, mostly by China. The non-Chinese players are only 1 or 2, they have come. But unfortunately, the entire production of non-Chinese player, USA, goes to China for processing. On the left is the GDP growth of the country. On the right is the growth in rare earth. They are all synonymous, the demand or the production. You can see that the various global events which have got impact on the economic cycle are plotted, except causing a little kink during that time cycle, the demand or the production has not been generally affected. This is the global manufacturing. You know, rare earths will be used, whoever is the manufacturing powerhouse. So China leads the pack, followed by United States, Japan, Germany. India is shown at 6th place. So you are growing your manufacturing competence thanks to the policies of the current government. So rare earths value chain establishment is very important considering this, because you have a huge market and you are in the process of bringing a manufacturing revolution. This shows the China market prices even today are 15-20% less than the export price, what they sell at. That is the breakup given, and how it is. They don't give VAT refund on export of basic material, whereas the same is given on export of finished material. That puts non-Chinese user of rare earths in a disadvantaged position. That only shows one thing, that this country needs to have a separate trade policy, separate manufacturing policy, separate technical competence on its own, so that this anomaly can be suitably addressed. America is trying to do this, European Union is on the way to do it, Canada government is already active on doing this, Australia government has taken note of this. That is how various world trade association or bodies are getting formed. Look at the price rise. This is the Senkaku Island incident, where the Japanese trawler was seized by Chinese, or the Chinese trawler was seized by the Japanese, and the Chinese retaliated by stopping rare earth export. The prices went 100 times. And at that time there was export tax. WTO gave a ruling against export tax, and 2014 onwards export tax was abolished. Then there was problem of stockpiling, internal stockpiling by Chinese companies under government guideline, and you can see the variation in price, or what we call volatility, price volatility. This is a matter of concern for all manufacturing industries who will be depending or thinking of even using rare earth permanent magnets. Now, the world is anyway networked. You can't think of doing A to Z yourself. But looking at your trade requirement, looking at your technological capability, looking at your geopolitical negotiation strength, you will work out which one to import or which one to make it here. And if you make it here, you don't make it only for India, you make it for the world. So this is a challenge which needs to be done, and that can only happen when you have the technological capability. If you don't do that, then what will happen is, the existing economy fossil fuel based, you are importing all oils or coal from all these countries which are shown in extreme right hand side. It will be simply replaced by import of either components of metals, alloys of rare earth, lithium and cobalt. You will be no wiser when the country is transitioning to new energy economic scenario. Self-reliance drivers today will be geopolitics, resource nationalism. Every country doesn't want to part with the resource. Few days back, Chile wanted to nationalize lithium industries. And Indonesia has nationalized nickel 10 years back. And so on and so forth, it is happening. If you want beryllium to be sourced from USA, you will not get. Or helium, not easily get. COVID-19 pandemic has really shaken up the whole world, because the entire value chain has taken a jolt. All that networking and all that happened. Now climate change concerns, enhanced urbanization and electrification puts a very big premium on the demand for these particular products. That's why India should need to be self. Look at the material supply chain. I talked of rare earth only all through. There is the same problem with magnesium metal, silicon metal. You have this problem with titanium metal. Production is almost non-existent or minimal. All these because they are all energy intensive. I gave you a comparative chart. The energy for green hydrogen will be 55 times compared to that of iron or copper. And rare earth is somewhere 10 or 12. And today aluminum is made here, energy is 13 to 15, because the volume production is so much. Each aluminum plant is supported by a captive power plant. Not possible for other non-ferrous metals. Their production volumes I have given in my earlier slides. Now the parting thoughts, they are absolutely essential for economic growth, sudden changes in geopolitics, volatility in prices, and more migration towards electrification, urbanization, new energy economy puts a premium definitely on rare earth. And collaboration is a must between industry, academics, and research organizations. No individual can ever think of achieving it. Now, coming to the last, if you look at the genesis of these elements, rare earths are having high atomic numbers, somewhere 57 and above. They are all formed in the supernova. Whenever a supernova explosion takes place, rare earth elements get formed. And whenever two neutron stars collide, they originate in the universe. And they get concentrated by the geological processes of the earth based on the geochemistry of these particular elements. And you have a mine. But it is only the technology which converts mine to a usable product which have an impact on economics. And that is where the politics starts. The governance becomes important and geopolitics takes center stage. And all, if you look at it, the common factor is technology, because this is the enabler which empowers you to create an impact on economy. That's why I end. Knowledge is the only constant and it is supreme. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for making it on dot. He's supposed to catch a flight right away after this lecture, so I won't take much of his time. I would request our director, Dr. Avnish Srivastava, to please come on the dais and present a memento to our keynote speaker. I request Satyajit to kindly, Satyajit Mukherjee would be taking you to the transport section. Thank you, sir. It is never enough to have heard from Dr. Patra, because it's a gamut of 35 years of knowledge on rare earths only, and it won't be sufficient. But to suffice some of those requirements, we have two theme speakers, Dr. Yamuna Singh and Dr. T. Srinivas. May I request Dr. Yamuna Singh to please take on the dais. Dr. Yamuna Singh is a master's and PhD in geosciences and has 36 years of experience in geology, serving at the Atomic Minerals Directorate of Department of Atomic Energy, Government of India. He has discovered several critical metal deposits in MP, Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra and Telangana, and he reported the world's first occurrence of the mineral alodite from India. He has innovatively applied several chemical and geological analytical techniques to characterize these minerals and metals, and published nearly 165 research papers in journals and proceedings. He is author of India's first book on rare earth elements on Indian context, published by Springer, a recipient of National Geoscience Award, Government of India, S. Naraswamy Award, Radhakrishnan Prize for GSI, Professor S.M. Ramananda Shetty Award for Mineralogical Society of India, Sitaram Rungta Memorial Award for Society of Geoscientists and Allied Technologists, Master Tanay Chanda Memorial Geologist Award from Mineral Energy Association of India, and various others. He has guided few PhD students, as well as he's associated with faculties in different universities like University of Kurnool, University of Hyderabad, ESCI, Geological Survey of India, and others. He is an executive member of various mineralization trusts of Government of India and Ministry of Mines, and is associated with the MHRD and the GSI of Hyderabad Zone and Government of India. He is a council member of GSI, associate editor of GIAS Journal Aligarh, and president of Indian Society of Applied Geochemists, Hyderabad. May I request Dr. Yamuna Singh to kindly deliver the theme lecture, please.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Abhilash, for kind introductory words. Dr. Srinivas, any scientists from NML, other dignitaries, and friends. Well, this topic itself indicates the geological aspects I will be covering more rather than other aspects. So, the geology of Indian rare earth element deposits. So, there are many deposits, many occurrences. So, it is very difficult to distinguish, but the prominent deposits I will be highlighting more. And this is very well known periodic table, but in this yttrium and scandium, two are also important elements included within the rare earth elements. And often yttrium gets more emphasis compared to the scandium. When we start any exploration or work for rare earth, so we see what is the average abundance of the elements in different geological rock types. And this gives the idea. We can just see that in the felsic rock, this granites contains on an average 200 ppm of light rare earths and heavy rare earths 68 ppm. Then the syenite about 330 ppm and 74 ppm. Carbonatite contains highest level of rare earth, and this is dominated by the light rare earth elements. Then next is the phosphorite. We can see some 243 ppm light rare earths and 50 ppm of heavy rare earths. So we get broad idea about which is the rock type that can serve as a source for lighter rare earth elements, or which can give preferentially heavy rare earths also. We do not get exclusively heavy rare earths, but there are certain indications from the crustal average we can make, and accordingly exploration strategy is chalked out. There are the broad geologic domains where we get rare earth deposits in nature, and in Indian context, we see this stream placer and beach sand deposits. So the production of rare earth in India has been coming from placer deposits. Apart from that, the primary rocks sources include the carbonatite, as I mentioned in the previous projection. So carbonatites are enriched in the rare earth. Then comes the alkaline and paralkaline igneous rocks. Afterward, we see the hydrothermal veins and the pegmatites, the paleoplacers, conglomerate, and iron oxide brachia complex type of deposit. It is a polymetallic deposit, basically from Australia. This concept has come. Pine Creek geosyncline, where the iron oxide is there, uranium is there, we get gold, we get copper, we get rare earth and silver. So this is another kind of deposit, low grade but large volume. So this serves as a polymetallic source. So rare earth is one among them. Then the supergene weathering and supergene weathering and ion adsorption deposits. So Patra Sahib has shown one slide. In that, in the weathering profile, how rare earths are liberated from the parent rock and they gradually enrich. So this kind of concentration takes place in the weathering profile where clay is there. So clay basically retains. It doesn't allow RE to migrate from the system. And in this process, there is enrichment of rare earth in the weathering profile. And it is retained by the clay minerals. That is why it is also called ion adsorption clay deposit. And in this kind of deposit, China is also endowed with this kind of mineralization. It is a low grade but large volume we get. Near surface cost of the mining is minimal. So this is the characteristic feature of this kind of deposit. We see that the carbonatites is the deposit-wide world RE production. So we see the this carbonatite 62%. So hard rocks are more contributor of RE globally. In contrast to India, in India, rare earth production comes from the placer deposits. Then comes the alkaline igneous rocks, then the IOCG. Placer global production comes 5%, and India, this rare earth production is coming from the placers. then iodide absorption clay 1% and the other. And we can see the country share of the production of RE by the countries. So China is leading, then comes the Brazil, then Australia, Russia, Greenland, Canada, Sweden, Vietnam, USA and others. So India comes in this others category. And we see the era of RE production in terms of the sources. So the main source was the monazite era till say 1940 or 50. And sometime in 1915, this mountain pass carbonatite was identified, but production initiated much later to that. So monazite era, subsequently it was dominated by the mountain pass era. So that carbonatite was the bulk producer of the RE, hard rocks source. And then sometime in 1990, we see the Chinese era has come. And from here, there is no linkage with the specific source. Earlier, there is a linkage with the carbonatite, and before that, there is a linkage with the placer deposits. The China sources are multiple. Some are known, some are not known. So it is that kind of mixed source. And now the China is a global player in the market of this rare earth. And of course, this we see the global distribution of global RE production and consumption. It is 2015 figure. So we can see the China's production in 2015 was 84%. And next was Australia, then Russia, India, Brazil and others. And outer circle we see the applications in different domains. So I will not go into that. There are some 200 and odd minerals known containing rare earth. But out of those 200 and odd, some 15 are more common. But for production wise, we see that these three are relevant in Indian context. Basnasite comes from the carbonatite, lanthanum fluorocarbonate, basnasite and its variants. And monazite, so we get from beach placers. So this is the main source of rare earth in India. And next is the genotein. So it is a source for yttrium and heavy rare earths, and we get from the stream placers. So the volume is less, resource is limited, aerial extent is limited, but this is the only source for heavy rare earths in Indian context. Another mineral is loperite. So loperite in India, there is no production, but in Lobo, in Russia, they are producing rare earth from that, yttrium, heavy rare earths. Along with that, they get tantalum. It is a multiple oxide mineral. So the main source for rare earth in Russia is loperite, but in India, we don't have that kind of deposit. This map Patra sir has shown. We can see the occurrences and major occurrences of these B sand deposits along the eastern coast and southern coast, Odisha coast, the Andhra Pradesh coast, then Tamil Nadu coast and Andhra Pradesh coast. These are the coastal stretches. We get large deposits of B sand minerals. So monazite is the main mineral for rare earth. Along with that, other industrial minerals are also present. Then next is the stream placers, so heavy rare earths. So that source we have the major stream placers in this ring. You see the bluish ring in the Ranchi plateau. So these are the smaller deposits, but very potential source for heavy rare earths. And genotein production comes from this. So there is a large volume of monazite versus a smaller volume about the heavy rare earth bearing mineral genotein. Then comes the carbonatite two deposits in the western India, Ambadongar, and another is Kamthai in Rajasthan. So these are the two prominent carbonatite hosted deposits. They are in the various process of assessment, and there are other carbonatite bodies, and they have shown encouraging results. Apart from that, there are some apatite magnetite veins. Then the paralkanite granite is there in a Sivana ring complex in the Rajasthan, Parmet district. So that is a potential as it appears from the available data. And if we look into the life cycle of a mine project, so I will be restricting, as I told, in this part only the exploration, because development and mining part, Dr. Srinivas will be taking care about the development and extraction, beneficiation, hydrometallurgy, that part will be taken care by him. His colleague is sitting here, so I am very happy to see you. So here conceptualization, exploration and discovery. Beyond that, I will not go. Economics part, development and mining. This is just to give a synoptic view. Patra sir has already explained about the beach and deposits. We see along the eastern coast, so many deposits are located in the Kerala coast. And this is old one, some more have been added. And this Brahmagiri coast is another promising area that has come, that has been added to this list. The basic process, how these beach placers deposits form. So from the hinterland area, away from the coast, whatever rocks are there, so they are attacked by the sea waves, they are disintegrated, and by the natural process, heavy minerals are liberated from the matrix of the rock, and by natural process, there is a water action, there is a gravity, there is winnowing, and all these processes eliminate undesired portion, gangue mineral, and these heavy minerals are concentrated along the coastal stretches. And this is just to demonstrate the process, how this, from here we see the hinterland area, so these waves come, they attack the rocks and then disintegrate, and they take it back, and by the winnowing action of the wave, these minerals are liberated and concentrated in the coastal stretches. So the black one is the very good signature about the presence of the heavy mineral because of the ilmenite and magnetite. But there are certain coasts, see the Ratnagiri coast have black mineral is there, but there is no monazite, only ilmenite is there because of the source rock. Nature is different, contains largely the basaltic rock. So this, if we see the mineralogy along the coast, we find there is a variation, and this variation is linked with the nature of the rocks present in the source area. This is just a cross section. We can see how in a beach placer we get stratified heavy mineral deposits. Lighter one, we see the quartz is there. Feldspar will be almost nil. It will be destroyed with the wave action. Quartz will remain there, and along with the heavy mineral. So this is very rich concentration of the heavy mineral. So in this detailed work is done to assess the concentration of the individual heavy mineral. This is another, the section to show how the mining is going on, mining operation in the beach sand area. And this is how the environment friendly beach sand mining. So ecosystem need not be disturbed. This is the prime focus by all the mining companies, that ecosystem should be maintained. These are the main minerals we get: ilmenite, rutile, monazite, zircon, garnet and silmenite. Somewhere we find mention about the leucoxene also. So these minerals, apart from the monazites, other industrial minerals are there. So for rare earth, monazite is important. Rest of the minerals go to other industry, this titanium, then the abrasives, the rutile, ilmenite, zircon go to atomic energy, garnet is there, silmenite, and recently some deposits of the garnet have shown concentration of RE, though it is very low, but looking into the large volume of the garnet, this can serve as a low grade source, maybe 100 ppm in that range. Some reports are there from the east coast. This is how these heavy minerals look under the microscope. When we see, we can see the garnet, ilmenite, rutile, then silmenite, monazite, quartz, like this. So how these minerals look under the microscope. And we have been talking about the rare earth specific RE, which are much needed in certain domains like electric vehicle. So these monazites we can see, apart from the lanthanum, cerium, see the neodymium is very much in demand, and for neodymium boron magnet, so Indian monazite contain on an average 10% neodymium. So this is a very good source. Apart from the lighter, this lanthanum, cerium, neodymium is also occurring in good concentration. Then the gadolinium, though 1%, say 0.3 to 0.9% in that range. So we can see the Odisha monazite contains more gadolinium compared to the AP, and the data from Kerala coast has also shown this 0.6% gadolinium. Even yttrium is also there in low concentration. So this kind of individual RE data that is helpful in deciding, apart from the lighter, this lanthanum, cerium, how other rare earth elements can be extracted from them, and how part of the demand can be met through this monazite. Then another, now I will come to the beach from beach sand is stream placer, which is mainly the source for heavy rare earths, genoteam I mentioned. So here extent is very limited, unlike the beach sand deposits. Number one, number two, close to the source rock, these minerals have been deposited. Here also the water action is there. So these rocks are disintegrated, and these streams carry those heavy minerals and concentrate along the river courses. So here we see the source rock and then the streams along which we get the deposit. Number one. Number two, since all these rocks do not contain genoteam, so all these streams do not carry genoteam along their courses. So this is a very specific point. We can see the one of the rock which contains genoteam, the pink granite. So in the vicinity of this rock, whatever streams are there, there is genoteam in those streams. This is a geological map of the stream. We can see how the zonation is there. In the along the course of the river, more heavy minerals are there, so radioactivity is also very high. So we see the zonal pattern of the heavy mineral deposition and concomitant variation in the level of radioactivity. So zonation in the radioactivity in response to the higher concentration or reduction in the concentration of the heavy mineral. And this is the stream along which the mining has been carried out for recovering genoteam from the river deposit, alluvial deposits. Oh, these are the officers from Geological Survey of India in the field. This is the small scale, this tabling recovery operation. So genotype being recovered from the beach sand, the stream placer deposits. So the sand is fed here, and then the tabling is there, concentrate is collected here. And genotype mineral, how it looks like. So just for the sake of reference. So this is the rare earth deposit from where in India recovery is being done. But next step comes to the open cast mining, open pit mining. So if it gets materialized, Dr. Srinivas is working on that. So if it gets materialized, so for open cast mining, India will be entering into this. And for that, the carbonatite body, which are exposed in the surface, so because mineralization starts from the surface, they can be taken up for open cast mining. And Amba Dongar is one such carbonatite where work is going on, and this is being explored by AMD, and Western Side Geological Survey of India has also done exploration. And we see from the surface, mineralization starts and it continues up to 160-meter depth. Further deeper drilling has also been done, but I don't have the data. But mineralization continues beyond that. And Dr. Srinivas, CMD, IREL, these things have visited Amba Dongar area to see the further action what can be taken up. So CMD, IRL visiting Amba Dongar rare earth deposit, Gujarat. And we see Dr. Srinivas Garu is here, former director AMD. So this is the one deposit which is drawing attention for further work. Another deposit, again in the Western India, that is Kamthai carbonatite complex. This is explored by MSPL, and they have all established the deposit, and in a very short time, maybe in 3-4 years, they have come up with this. And here it is covered by the wind-blown sand. In the surface, very less outcrops are present. And this block, they have explored, and they have proved the some 7.5 million tons of ore. And on the outcrop, how this carbonatite looks like, and these are the microscopic SEM images of the rare earth mineral. We see on the outcrop, and these SEM images of the rare earth mineral, mostly carbonate minerals, say bastnasite, but one of the feature is here that carbonate is also present, which we do not get in other carbonatite bodies, say in Amba Dongar. So this is the one distinction in terms of the mineralogy. Otherwise, carbonate minerals are present in both. And this is a subsurface view. This red one shows the continuity of the mineralization in the deeper part. So this is a configuration of the ore body with the depth. Then the third kind, after carbonatite, another hard rock source is the peralkaline granitic rocks. So the world over, this body, this peralkaline rock, particularly in Greenland, then USA, they are the low grade, but HRE concentration is more, grade is low, consistency is there. So that kind of mineralization we are trying to locate in India. Also some signatures are there, so I will be talking about that. This is the global distribution of peralkaline rocks, and in Indian context I will be referring some two such areas. One is the Sivana ring complex. Again, Dr. Srinivas and his team, they have done work in this area. This is Sivana ring complex, and here also, apart from AMD, MSPL has also done the work, and ore processing work is done by our colleague Dr. Srinivas and his team member here. we see how many mineral phases they have identified. This is the data from Bhushan and Sumani. See, basnasite, parasite, thorianite, carbocernite, they have got monazite, genotime, melanite, rare earth silicate, and RE clays. So, this mineral by volume contribute about, see, from 2 to 2.5%. In one area, it has gone up to 10% by the volume, these heavy minerals, rare mineral. And they have done the complete mineralogical study using automated mineralogy analyzer. And these are the images of the certain RE phases, elanite, then the monazite from Gudanal area, then Fulan, Bhatikheda, Meli area. Just for the sake of giving a feel about this RE content in these individual phases, this is work from Geological Survey of India. So they have done monazite, udalite. Udalite is a very good source for yttrium. Yttrium, and because of this Pocos de Caldas in the Brazil, that has gained lot of attention for the heavy rare earth mineral. I will be not going into that because of the time constraint, but in this udalite is there, parasite, then perinite, tritomite, zircon, and jacquardite. So these are the mineral phases, and we can see some are rich in light rare earth, but some are rich in heavy rare earth and yttrium. Along with that, niobium is also present. And because of the presence of RE, heavy rare earth and niobium, these deposits, though they are low grade, hard rock, but because of the high basket value of the heavy rare earths, they draw attention of a miner. And here RE and LRE enrichment like is this 60% LRE and 40% HRE. So this enrichment has given additional boost for looking these deposits, whether they can be taken up for further work. These are the images of the monazite, udalite, zircon, parasite from this peralkalinite soot from the Sivana ring complex. And chemically, they are the typical, they fall in the peralkaline. This is the lower left side quadrant, we can see the peralkaline. Chemically, they are typical peralkaline soots. And in the whole rock, we can see the average concentration, it is given in ppm. So, we average value we see in the felsic 12,584 ppm, then 14,384 ppm, 8,954 ppm, yttrium plus RE, everything put together, it goes up to HRE is also 5,258, 5,480, 6,092, like this. So this LRE and HRE enrichment is there, and average concentration goes up to say 20,447 ppm. So this gives scope of doing work and making assessment for further. And these are the chemical composition of various phases. Kanigiri is another granite. It is a typical alkali A type of granite where we get niobium, tantalum, yttrium, RE. And because of this, this granite is also a potential candidate for future exploration. Basnasite is found in this granite itself, though basnasite is a mineral confined to largely to carbonatites, but in this granite also we see the carbonate, carbonate mineral basnasite, and along with that in the primary, in the host rock as well as in the weathered profile also this mineral has developed. And this euxinite, just for the sake of showing how this kind of mineral can be source for polymetallic concentration like niobium, we get tantalum, then uranium, thorium, RE. HRE we get 2.6%, LRE 1.89. Only the thing concentration, volume wise, quantity available is less. So this is the plan, this is the latest information that we got, that IREL plans to expand 400% expansion for clean energy, and we have heard Patra sir in previous presentation. So with this, I will say that there is need to look for the RE deposits, go for mining, extraction, everything, but we need to have a sustainable development. There should be balance in development. So the main challenge is to provide society with its needs, protect future resources, limit alteration of the landscape, and affect local communities as little as possible. So this is the overall motto of any development of any mineral deposit. We have to protect environment, protect our society, protect interest of the coming generation. So with this, I express my deep gratitude to Dr. Avinash Srivastavji, Director NML, and Dr. Abhilash for giving me opportunity to stand before you, and it has been a very wonderful experience. So I thank you all for your patient hearing. Thank you.
Please take a seat. Thank you, sir. Having 36 years experience in geology, especially adhered to rare earths, and this 35 minutes of talk, I'm sure, was very less to explore the plethora of knowledge that you have in you. But we have to have the schedules maintained. So thank you so much for your talk. I request Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Chief Scientist, National Metallurgical Laboratory, to kindly come to the dais, if he is there. No. May I request Dr. Ravi Kumar, please come to the dais and give this vote of thanks. Give the vote of thanks of memento from our side to Dr. Yamuna Singh. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The last invited talk is from Dr. Sri Srinivas. I request Dr. Sri Srinivas to kindly come to the dais and take a seat. Dr. T. Srinivas is the head Mineral Processing Division of Bhabha Atomic Research Center. He joined the center in 1987 and presently he is in grade of Outstanding Scientist. He is also a professor of chemical sciences from Homi Bhabha National Institute, Mumbai. His area of interest include mineral processing, hydrometallurgy, surface chemistry, and fine particle processing. Dr. Srinivas has made significant contribution for development of flow sheets for processing of atomic and critical minerals from indigenous sources, right from R&D up to pilot plant scale. At least I have seen the pilot plants. He has, to his credit, 120 research publications in reputed journals. He is a recipient of Homi Bhabha Science and Technology Award by Department of Atomic Energy 2018, National Geoscience in 2014 by Ministry of Mines, Science and Technical Excellence Award by DA in 2012, Binani Gold Medal of Institute of Metals in 2016, and Outstanding Engineer R&D by Institute of Minerals Engineering 2015. With this short introduction, I request Dr. Srinivas to kindly deliver his theme lecture.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Abhilash. Before I start my presentation, I would like to express my gratitude to NML for inviting me to give this lecture, and also Dr. P.K. Banerjee, who is there in the audience here. All my colleagues, I know many of NML people. We have interacted as part of the tungsten project of DMRL, Ministry of Defense. So not only that, even before also, last 30-35 years, I have been interacting with some of the scientists in mineral processing of NML. So with that small brief this thing, I would like to make a presentation on processing of primary and secondary resources of rare earth elements. I think this slide I need not have to explain. You all know very well. It has been told in detail by previous speakers. Essentially, it is having lanthanide elements, along with that 2 more, scandium and yttrium. Some of these things are categorized as critical rare earth elements. That means they have got the risk of supplies, and their importance in green energy is very vital. Now the main driver or the reason for all of us to sit here and have very active discussion, or rather look into the various possibilities of exploitation of these rare earths, is our India's commitment to the new climate targets. Again, this has been elaborated in detail by Patraji. So I will not go into the specific objectives of this, but how to operationalize this. If you look into this, practically all these domains here, all these things require different elements. So actually, whatever technologies we are going to use for this clean energy transition are heavily mineral intensive or metal intensive. So as per International Energy Report, they will say that 150 billion tons of minerals or metals is required for implementing this for that 1.5 degrees control by 2050. So in that, what is the role of rare earths? If you look into that, rare earths are very vital for 2 things in the renewable energy, that is the wind energy, as well as EVs and battery storage and hydrogen generation. So what are the elements of rare earths which are useful for that? Neodymium, praseodymium, dysprosium and terbium for production of permanent magnets, yttrium and scandium for hydrogen electrolyzers, europium, terbium and yttrium for energy efficient fluorescent lighting, cerium as an exhaust catalyst. This was there even earlier also, but it has got its own importance now. Now, other than those magnets and phosphors, rare earths are useful in multiple things: metal alloys, catalysts, ceramics, so on and so forth. And the CAGR of rare earths is expected to be somewhere around 5 to 6 for across all the utilities which we are looking at. So way back in 2008, the global rare earth market was about 9 billions, and when annual consumption was about 1,50,000 tons. So in effect, rare earths are contributing 7 trillion worth goods in a global economy of 75 trillions. But if you see the next slide, you can see the global permanent magnet market itself is expected to go up to $30 billion by 2024. So that is how it is really galloping. And these permanent magnets are used across different sectors in automotives, consumer goods and electronics, industrial, aerospace and defense, energy, medical and other sectors also. So again, as Dr. Yamuna Singh told, these are the principal economic minerals of rare earths: monazite, bastnasite and xenotime. Besides that, some isolated locations where rare earths are associated include minerals, we include apatite, allanite, loparite and udilite also. They are also, but still they are not as much commercially exploited as these 3 minerals given there. Now if you look at the types of rare earths resources, we have primary, secondary and end of life products. Primary are mostly hardcore rock deposits, especially carbonatites, which give about 60% of the rare earths to the world production. And then of course we have placers, which India is having predominantly, and then ion adsorption clays. Practically the heavy rare earths are coming from ion adsorption clays from China as well as Myanmar. When it comes to secondary resources, we have phosphogypsum, bauxite residue, mine tailings, coal and incinerator ash, metallurgical slags and all those things. End of life products, we have magnets, CFL lamps, mobiles, computer hard disks, all these things, which all contain some amount of rare earths. Now this is how, this also was explained in detail by my earlier speakers. China dominates both the reserves as well as the production. These are the main mining locations of RE world over. You can see mainly it is in China here, there is a cluster that is followed by United States of America, and then some places recently which have come up, of course Mount Weld of Australia, which has also ramped up its production in the recent times, and then there is Madagascar as well as our Myanmar. Now, this is the rare earth supply chain. It essentially consists of exploration, mining, processing, separation and purification, then metal processing, alloying and manufacturing. All these segments are there in the supply chain. Today my talk will be mostly concentrating on this particular thing, processing and separation and purification. Now, when you look at the very first step in exploitation, first is mining. Most of these rare earth deposits are exploited by, especially hard rock deposits are exploited by open cast mining, and whereas the placers go by dredge mining. In India, we follow dredge mining for these placers. Now, when it comes to the separation, the first step is mineral processing. There are two alternatives available. These two alternatives are whether to go for direct whole ore chemical processing or go for a step of physical beneficiation followed by chemical processing of the pre-concentrate. That depends basically on the mineralogical nature of mineralization, that how does the mineral occur, what is the texture, what is the liberation, and so on and so forth. So that you will get to know from the two economic minerals of, 2 or 3 economic minerals of rare earths. The lattice energies are very high for monazite and xenotime, very, very high. That is about 30,000 kilojoules per mole. Similarly, when you take rare earth fluorocarbonate, that is also no less, it is about 1800 kilojoules. What does that indicate? It indicates that they are chemically refractory. Therefore, if you want to release the rare earth metals from the lattice, you require very aggressive processing conditions. So the best option is you have to go for pre-concentration. Once you go for pre-concentration, the load for chemical processing will significantly decrease. That is the main idea why beneficiation is very, very important in rare earth mineral processing. We have to first look at the scope for processing it. That is understood from the next slide. You see, world over, if you look at the grades of various deposits of rare earths, most of them are less than 2 to 3%. Almost 150 occurrences have been found since 2010. But even today, the entire production is concentrated in 3-4 mines, where the ore grade is something around something like 4 to 6% or 10% or so. That is Mount Weld, Bayana Bobo, as well as Mount Molycorp. Why? You see, this will further, substantiate the argument. The grade at which the chemical processing starts at different production mines world over starts from 30% and above. Nothing less than that. There is no producer who is doing commercial production with material which is not analyzing less than 30%. They will upgrade to that extent. So the severe or the importance of physical beneficiation is realized from this particular chart itself. What is the benefit? Obviously, every one of us know very here. There is a significant economic benefit besides environmental advantages. So, if you look at the nature of mineralization, which I was telling earlier, the beach placers, there is very discrete rare earth minerals found. But when you go to the hard rock deposits, they are very, very. So I think this pointer is red light. It will have sliding also. So there is discrete minerals here, but when you look at the hard rock deposits, nature of rare earth mineralization in hard rock deposits, they are very, very complex in nature. You can see they are acicular in nature, they are needle shaped, and then their size also is very, very small compared to these things. So what is the benefit if you look at it? First, let us take the example of Bayana Obo, one of the well-known rare earth producers world over. It is actually a polymetallic rare earth deposit containing iron, niobium and rare earths, and the grade, these are grade analysis between 1 to 6%, and the mix, there are 15 kinds of rare earth minerals present in this particular deposit, but mostly it is bastnasite and monazite, combination of these two, and the main gang is quartz, apatite, dolomite and fluorite, and here less than 70% of the material is finer than 40 microns. This will give some feeling of what will be the complexity of its beneficiation. So, anyway, so this is the flow sheet. If you see, the ore is first crushed, ground, and then it goes to magnetic separation where maximum amount of iron is removed. At this stage, the rare earths are incidentally upgraded up to 10 to 12%. From here onwards, it will go for flotation, which is a well-known process because the competing gangue is mostly dolomite and calcite. Therefore, we use alkyl hydroxamates for concentrating the rare earth values to the extent of about 60% or so. We get two types of grades, 60% something which is analyzing around 60% and something closer to 30%. And this will go for the chemical processing, which I will discuss in the subsequent slides. But when you look at the Indian deposit of Amba Dongar, this is a very recent deposit, though this is well studied for last 30-35 years with respect to the carbonatates and all, but its rare earth potential has been investigated only in the last 5 to 6 years. So this is containing 7 lakh tons of RUO, and the grade ranges between somewhere around 0.5% to 5% depending upon the locations. The lithology is sovite and anchorite. Anchorite is nothing but iron, dolomite with some iron present in that particular thing. So the rare earths are enriched more in the anchorites than in the sovites. These anchorites are present closer to the surface, that is 0 to 100 meters, and the sovite is deep inside. The grade is more in anchorites but less in the sovites. And mostly this is again a combination of bastnasite and monazite, and the magnet making elements in this are 10 to 15%. Now if you look at the nature of mineralization, which I was telling you very important for beneficiation, because we should not blindly go by the grade. How it occurs is important. Unfortunately, as it happens in many cases in India, this is heavily ferruginized. Once it is ferruginized, it is very difficult to distinguish required mineral from the other. And especially this is a carbonatite type matrix. So if you try to do any acid scrubbing of this, the carbonates also start reacting further. So it is very, very challenging proposition. And there is again a suite of rare earth minerals present, monazite, bastnasite, brytholite, sinchasite, forensite, all those things. So though monazite is significant along with bastnasite, but you also have a suite of other rare earth minerals present in this. And most importantly, the size of these particular rare earth minerals is 2 to 10 microns, and they are all acicular in nature, aggregates, needle shaped. So these things are not at all suitable or helpful for any physical beneficiation. Or even if you do it, it will give only some sort of suboptimal enrichments only. So actually the results also show the same. You look at it, this is how the nature of mineralization further. And here if you see the methyl nitrate lights, that is specific gravity between 2.8 to 3.3, that itself is containing significant weight, and there is no enrichment at all here, as well as in methyl nitrate heavies. Otherwise, these rare earth minerals are supposed to go in methyl nitrate heavies significantly. But this itself shows they are very finely disseminated, further proving that. Now, we tried different methods. We tried Nelson, that is which gives about highest pinning force by gravity, and then flotation. Nowhere it is successful. See, if you take flotation, it could give only 2 times enrichment, and the distribution is very poor, 15%. And when you look at the gravity-based separation, it is nothing here. It goes along with the weight. Enrichment factor is only 1. It is not quite successful. But unlike this, if you take beach placers, where discrete mineralization is there, you can see, though the monazite is present, with respect to rare earths, it is hardly few hundreds ppm, 500, 600 ppm. But when you go to the ultimate concentration, you get 60% RUO. That means you are getting 95% pure monazite. Basically, the mineralization is very discrete. The size is also very reasonably coarser, because they are all beach sands. It is about 50 to 60 microns or so. That is why it is helping us in having the pre-concentration very effectively. Now, once you get this pre-concentrate, the next step for chemical processing is, there are 2 alternatives, acid as well as alkaline. We use sulfuric acid or hydrochloric acid, nitric acid. but sulfuric acid is most widely preferred one. And when it comes to alkaline processing, it is sodium hydroxide or sodium carbonate. Again, choice of these routes depends upon what is the grade, what is the associated minerals present, especially impurities like iron, aluminum, phosphate, thorium, uranium, all these things. Especially monazite contains significant quantity of thorium and uranium. See, Indian monazite, it is a boon and bane. When you compare with the Brazilian monazites and Australian monazite, it has got more neodymium, but unfortunately it has also got higher uranium. So it is boon and bane for us. So these are the set of chemical reactions when you do the sulfuric acid processing of monazite. All these rare earths are converted into soluble sulfates, and then when you put it in water leaching, it is roasting. This will be done at about 150 to 200 degrees centigrade. Again, it depends upon deposit wise. Normally it is 150 and above. So once all these rare earths get converted into soluble sulfates. But you also have to see what is the problem here. When you do this calcination, this roasting, cracking it is called, all these gases are emanated, sulfur dioxide, sulfur trioxide, significant quantity. We should know that Bayana Obo, China has spoiled almost 11 square kilometers of area. You cannot approach that area at all. They have spoiled the environment to that extent. So such things we cannot afford in India. So if you look at the alkaline processing, the situation is no different for bastnasite. Suppose you see the acid leaching for bastnasite, there too there is further evolution of carbon dioxide because it is a fluorocarbonate. So you will have the evolution of carbon dioxide along with the HF gas, SO2, SO3, all these things. Once you do the cracking with alkali, then sulfuric acid, it will go for further processing like monazite only. Now these are some of the locations where this acid process, alkaline processing is carried out in different prominent deposits. This is the Indian one. This is Molycorp in United States. This is our Bayana Yobo. This is Mount Wendell, Australia, where they are using tubular furnaces. Now they are going to shift to fluidized beds for the cracking purpose. So what is the advantage of alkaline process which we follow in India? We have got ample chance, considerable efficiency in recovering phosphates because monazite is a phosphate. We can take sodium tripolyphosphate. And then it is easy because we are also interested in the closed nuclear fuel cycle. We can effectively take thorium, and then recyclability of sodium hydroxide is high. In fact, sulfuric acid based process only China is following, no other country is adopting it. Now once you, then comes the ion adsorbed clays. Here it is mostly adsorbed on this muscovite and kaolinite. We use ion exchange based exchange process for the desorption of the adsorbed rare earth ions. It is very, very simple process. This is how, these are that particular province where this ion adsorbed clay formation is there in China. Now once you get into this part, that is we take it into the liquor, we have to purify them because it has got plethora of other contaminants like calcium, iron, aluminum, magnesium, manganese, so all these things, uranium, all these things. So this has to be separated out if you want to get high purity rare earths. So how do we do this? There are multiple methods. First, earlier days they used to do fractional precipitation, taking differential pH into consideration. But most widely used industrial method is solvent extraction. Again, in solvent extraction, we have got complexity. There is something called separation factor, that is distribution of a given metal ion in ratio. If you take any two adjacent rare earth metal ions, their separation factor is very close. But when you take 4 of them and next 4 of them, there is some difference. So we try to exploit this particular property in separating the rare earths in bulk, that is lighter rare earths, middle rare earths and heavy rare earths. That is called tetrad effect. This is how it goes. You can see these 4 things are closer. Next these 4 things, these 4 and these 4. What are the common, see here, what we will do is, we take the mixed rare earth chloride solution, pass it through solvent extraction. Lighter rare earths are having less basicity compared to the heavier rare earths. Therefore, that go into the organic phase, and then the lighter rare earths will be extracted, it will be there in the aqueous, that will be separated here. So essentially we get the rare earths separated into major lighter rare earths fraction, heavier rare earths fraction, which will be further precipitated in the form of either oxalates, double sulfates, hydroxides, carbonates or fluorides. Again, there is preference for one of these depending upon the what is the product we are interested. But mostly we go for rare earth oxalates because they, once you calcine them, you can directly get the rare earth oxide. Now, in India, we have got facilities in Indian Rare Earths Limited industrially to produce lanthanum and cerium in carbonate form, neodymium, praseodymium, samarium, gadolinium and yttrium in the oxalate form of 99% purity. Other things are at pilot plant scale preparation like terbium, gadolinium, gadolinium is there, europium and such things. Now, let us come to the secondary resources. Why we are interested in the secondary resources? Because mining generates a lot of dust, creates noise pollution, consumes chemical explosives, all these things. And more than that, the gross energy demand for mining of a conventional ore is about 2430 gigajoules per ton of RE. And the carbon dioxide generated is also very, very significant. Therefore, people have looked into the secondary resources wherein these rare earths can be tapped. So there are different secondary resources like bauxite residue that contains about 250 ppm, 2500 ppm of rare earths. Phosphogypsum has got 4000. Coal fly ash anywhere between 500 to 2000 ppm. So these things have got the advantage in different ways. Because the time constraint, I will only deal with the coal fly ash on which we have got some first-hand experience. So, if you take the conventional deposits, sometime back when I collected this data, 150 million tons of rare earth reserves are there in conventional deposits. 1/3 of them are there in the coal. It is estimated by different people, different agencies. So there is some more or less some consistency. That means we have to look into this particular coal fly ash, coal or the combustion products of coal, exploitability for different elements. In fact, coal has come to the rescue of various metals, uranium also during Second World War. Therefore, it is actually a repository for various metals and we have to look into that very seriously. So when you look at the coal combustion products, generally it consists of quartz, mullite, goethite, all these things. And most of the rare earths world over are associated with aluminosilicate glass of this particular thing. And the average rare earth content in coal fly ash is about 450 to 500 ppm. Now let us, the strategy that we need to follow for recovering rare earths from this is quite usual, because first we have to see whether beneficiation works. Otherwise we have to go for direct leaching. Because it is present with aluminosilicate glasses, should we do the thermal pretreatment to facilitate solubilization of the rare earths and then go for separation and chemical. Once you go to this particular stage, it is more or less similar to the conventional deposits, conventional primary resources. So we have carried out some mapping of rare earths across various thermal power plants in India. Very interesting results have come. If you take Surat, it was 245. Manuguru in Andhra Pradesh is a captive power plant of our heavy water board, 420. When you take Farakka, it is 456. Ramagundam and Singareni in our Andhra Pradesh, it was 425 and 807. But when you take Naiveli, in certain blocks, it was 2200 ppm. Very, very high. So then what we did is, another places, when you take Panipat, it is 295. 448 in Kota, Bhusawal 340, all these things. Then another beauty of these rare earths present in fly ash, when you compare with the conventional monazite, they are containing higher percentage of heavy rare earths compared to monazite. The blue one is monazite, brown one is fly ash. So you see here, it is significantly more, especially things like dysprosium, which is very, very low, few ppm, 1 ppm, 2 ppm in conventional deposits. It is almost 10 to 15 ppm in coal fly ash. Okay, so that means it is a very attractive feature. So what we did, again, this is one of the criteria, whether particular fly ash is suitable for economic extraction or not at this stage 1 level. So that is called Seredian's criteria, where he takes this template that is C outlook versus RUI deformation. Here C outlook is nothing but the critical elements present in this divided by those which are in excess, and the y-axis is percentage of critical divided by the total rare earths present in the system. Suppose if it is coming in this particular zone, it is called promising, and coal fly ash falls here. You see, all conventional deposits are unpromising if you look at the present state. If you are opening Mount Weld now, if you are opening Molycorp now, if you are opening Bayanaobo now, definitely they are not very attractive. They have already got established, many things got covered there. But if you look as it is the secondary resource like coal fly ash, it is quite promising, at least theoretically. So we have to go deeper into it. Now we have developed a process flow sheet for extraction of these things, rare earths from this, and we followed a process wherein the ultimate rejects after this recovery of rare earths is again suitable for the general purpose usage which we are using. That is, the pozzolanic character doesn't get disturbed. So we have used the mildest possible conditions here, and we were very happy because recovery may not be very high, but still we are able to get significant rare earth recovery from this. So this is what we got, starting with from a fly ash of 2100 ppm. The heavy rare earth content is 16.3%, and the light rare earth content is, 8%. These are the different products. We have carried out at something like a 20 kg scale, and we have taken such laboratory setup, bench scale setup, which is scalable. Everything scalable. Okay. Now, BRC also has carried out certain work on the phosphate rocks. This is also another secondary resource. You can see here, this is also containing 2000, 5000 ppm and so on, depending upon the country of origin. Here what happened is, our interest from the phosphates is to recover uranium. Uranium is present to the extent of 100 to 150 ppm. This has got dual advantage, decontaminating the phosphogypsum when it goes to the fields, as a residue, also when it is being used as a fertilizer. But incidentally, rare earths also, to some extent, not fully, 30% will get dissolved when uranium goes into solution. Those things can be easily dissolved by just a similar scrubbing here. And we have got a patent in this, US patent in this. This work was done long back in 2014, 15 and all. Because India is importing most of the phosphates, we have not pursued this. Now we are looking at indigenous phosphates for rare earth bearing or uraniferous indigenous phosphates for the exploitation. Now this is a very, very important slide, I would say. On one side, at the utility side, we are telling rare earths are the game changers for all these clean energy transitions. But when you look at the production side, they are contaminating the entire area. If you see mining, and then this cracking step, all these things are contributing significantly for CO2 evolution. So how to reduce this? Then only we will be doing as a scientist some justice to these things. Therefore, what we did is we looked at the alternatives. The main challenge in utilizing the secondary resources for recovery of rare earths is the concentration in the leachates is very, very low. So how are we going to pick it up? There should be some high amount of selectivity in this. So the conventional solvents and all, they are not incinerable. Lot of effluents will be generated, lot of environmental damage is there from these solvents. And besides, when you take monazite, there is a lot of radioactive waste also. So in all these respects, we have to see for secondary resources, we have to see at greener methods of extraction also. So of course, this is all under R&D stage, but it is evolving in a very systematic manner. In BRC, we tried deep eutectic solvents. We have tried the supported liquid phase extraction, solvent impregnated resins, membrane based separations, and all these things. So of course, deep eutectic solvents, this all of you know very well, what is its utility and all. We tried on coal fly ash and we got very good. This is a choline chloride lactic acid and choline chloride paratoluene sulfonic acid. Monazite and this zircon is present in this particular fly ash, along with adsorbed rare earths also. So we were able to get good quantity of recovery here using these deep eutectic solvents. Definitely these are better than, at least at laboratory scale, better than the mineral acids with respect to ecotoxicity. We also tried to use those solvents which are incinerable adsorbed on some passive matrix as an adsorbents, that is solvent impregnated resins, and this is TEDGA we have used, diglycolamide and its derivatives. That was also quite successful in capturing rarettes selectively from the nitrate media. Then we also have developed solvent encapsulated polymeric beads. These are also very mechanically strong, and when you impregnate these specific solvents over them, they will be able to take very selectively these rarettes, and they are also very eco-friendly. All these things have been attempted, and this I will say in an R&D stage, and some R&D stage means in BARC generally we follow a method. It is not on synthetic mixtures. We take the real systems and try to do that. System study and all those things. So that way I will say very quite encouraging results are coming in all these things. And of course we all know very well there are several process intensification methods tried for what I will say that accelerating the reaction of these chemical reagents with these refractory minerals, that includes microwave, ultrasound, and then mechanochemical, in which NML has done pioneering work earlier. And then of course supercritical carbon dioxide, then microfluidic solvent extraction. This is also one of the emerging areas where the intensity of interaction can be enhanced like anything, when especially for low concentration systems. So of course we should not forget the bioleaching. Lot of work is being done in US and all. They are taking clue from if these plants can break the phosphates present in the soil and extract the phosphates, why not things like monazite be broken by these so-called biomolecules. So lot of work is being done. These are not quite encouraging at this, because the dissolution they got is hardly 10 to 15%. But we have to go deeper into that, so that if that, as morning governor has pointed out, unless you do perseverance is there in research, we will not be able to get success at some point of time. So we have to do it. We all will be surprised why people are trying ionic liquids and primary resources. But you take France, you take US and all these things, they are trying on all the natural resources, these ILs. Someday some technology will develop where it will become break even economics wise. So that should be the motive for us to pursue on the real systems all these exotic ideas. So in summary, I will say RE has proven themselves as game changers in material properties useful for climate control and other strategic purposes, because last 30-40 years there are no substitutes for rare earth based things, materials. And then with increase in the RE consumption, serious concerns now are being raised on the environmental part. So how much they are spoiling the environment, people are getting alert to that. Therefore we have got lot of responsibility on greening the process or reducing the negatives of these process schemes. And then of course this requires multi-pronged approach right from characterization onwards. Unless we understand the deportment properly, we will not be able to give a proper scheme for its exploitation. So this is what my observation is, or rather observation in general of all people. So with this there are certain areas where we have to do new equipment development, biodegradable reagents, design of selective flotation reagents by molecular recognition technology, process intensification and all these things. And of course microreactors, membranes, molten salt electrolysis for conversion of RE to this, and then effluent treatment and water recycle. These are also very two important aspects which we have to take into consideration. Thanks for your kind attention.
Please take your seat, sir. It's always a pleasure to hear, sir, and I am deeply privileged by your presence in NML for the NML function at Ranchi, that you have been able to give some time and highlight on the achievements on what BRC has done, and especially teach us around what essentially are the intricate points that we need to take up while taking RE project as well. On behalf of the organizing committee, I request Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Chief Scientist NML, to kindly hand over this moment to Dr. Srinivas. Thank you, sir. Before we proceed to the panel discussion, for the guests who are out of NML, who are not aware about what NML has exactly done on rare earths, I would just take few minutes to highlight on what NML has done on rare earths. So this is NML on the frontiers of rare earth processing. NML, like our director Saab in the morning presented, that NML has been working on rare earths since 1915-60s for steel inclusions and also in stress corrosion, and also in the area of rare earth addition in case of higher corrosion resistance and magnets and alloys. In 2007, we started extraction of rare earths from secondary and primary sources, and since then we are marching forward. I don't want to stress on this slide. This is a very critical slide which was made by DST in 2016, which shows the presence of rare earths in 4 different zones. The zone number 1 is of high economic importance. Zone number 2 is on low economic importance but high supply risk. Zone number 3 is on the lowest economic and lowest supply risk. And zone number 4 is on the highest economic importance, but you don't have much risk of those elements. So you can see on the top of that, the rare earths occupy the top portion, and they have got a significant importance in the current day's outlook. In this endeavor, NML has carried out huge activities in the area of primary resources, though we are not a captive owner of primary resources, but we tried our best on Indian and Korean monazite. And on secondaries, we have done enormous work in the areas of phosphors, magnets, batteries, slag, catalysts, coal fly ash, red mud, and phosphogypsum. This was a work taken up by Dr. Manish Jha and his team in the area of Korean monazite beneficiation processing, where the material was supplied by Kigam, South Korea, and it contains lanthanum and cerium to the tune of 40% and praseodymium and neodymium to the tune of 10%. And this material was first beneficiated, and the beneficiate metal was subjected to leaching by alkali digestion, followed by a second stage of leaching by water, and you'll be getting a mixture containing REOs, and you can regenerate the sodium phosphate out of this. Similarly, work was carried out in NML on using fungus for extraction of cerium and thorium. I thank you, Dr. Srinivas, for highlighting that Indian work, because it was done on the sidelines of Berkeley, where they tried to extract cerium. So we tried to use the Indian monazite to extract cerium, and we could get 100% recovery. Of course, the recovery rate is slow, but the recovery does happen. On secondary resources, this was a work carried out by Dr. Sushant Sahu and his team on phosphor recycling, where the phosphors are currently present in the lamps and CFLs, and it has been growing in the demand of REs, the phosphors of 9% per annum. So a basic tube which contains a white powder was taken up, and you have selective extraction of yttrium and europium, followed by generation of europium, yttrium oxide, red phosphor, and high pure terbium oxide. So this is how it looks, the red phosphor. If I click over here, this is how it looks, and this was made, and terbium oxide was synthesized. And it was done on a kg scale, and you have got high purity of rare earth oxides, and the technology is ready for commercialization for the interested users. Magnet recycling has been heavily explored by NML from WEEE up to the wind turbines, and you can see over here the magnet industry is going at 20% growth rate per year. So there's a huge demand of magnets, and their applications are cited over here in the right hand side, where you can see hard disk has having 20 grams of magnet, while a wind turbine has 650 kg per megawatt of magnet. This is a patent of NML where they tried to make neodymium fluoride out of neodymium magnets. And this is a good work which we did on an industrial scale, industrial partnership, which is being continued right now on using spent magnets to make neodymium praseodymium dysprosium oxide and a leach residue containing hematite. So this work is currently being planned for getting transferred to an industry. Dr. Navneet Singh Randhawa and Dr. Sushant Sahu, the team members in this. SMCO magnet recycling. This is a very rarely obtained, I would say that's a very rarely obtained magnet, very specifically used in missiles and smart bombs. And this magnet has got a very high Curie temperature. This magnet contains 39.4% of samarium, which was effectively used by NML in making samarium oxide and cobalt oxide. And these were the two products of NML, which were 2 to 5 micron in size. And this technology is also ready for commercialization for interested users in the area of rare earth extraction. A rare earth for NIMH, batteries which have been long forgotten because of the application of LIBs in the market. So this work was taken by Dr. Pratima in her PhD, where she tried to take out the camcorder cells and from there extracted the rare earths. Camcorder cell batteries contain 60% of nickel, one of the most critical elements as far as the LIBs are concerned after cobalt. And from there, she could make out a rare earth precipitate which contains 53 to 55% of samarium inside it. This is the first time attempted work in India, and she is completing the rare earth separations quickly. Vanadium redox flow batteries are very famous, and this demands a good amount of vanadium. India is not in the dearth of vanadium as well. So NML did some work on vanadium sludge and spent catalyst for extracting of vanadium and vanadium pentoxide out of it. There was also a recent work where we tried to use the slag of coal slag to make out vanadium, but we cannot present it for the reasons of secrecy. This is a very how do I say, it's a very, very prestigious work for NML, where we tried to team up with DRDO, and this committee, Dr. Srinivas was one of the reviewing committee members, where he's aware that NML was the first in India to use the tungsten scrap to make tungsten of 95% purity. And this tungsten was made as yellow tungsten oxide and tungsten powder, and it was used for used as a technology which 3 companies are running in India. And it has got an ROI of about 60% for a 150 TPY plant. In fluid cracking catalyst supplied by IOCL also, we did some work on separation of lanthanum and cerium salt. This work is very dear to me because I am directly involved in rare earths from red mud, where Dr. P.K. Banerjee, Dr. Patra, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, most of the people who have been here are directly involved in the planning of this. This slide shows a work which we did in 2015 with NALCO, and we have a joint patent on NALCO on direct leaching of bauxite to make rare earths of rare earth oxides. But since it was a national need, so we were told that rare earth is comprising maximum 1%, so you cannot depend on extracting 1% out of this. What happens to the rest 99%? So based on that line, Dr. P.K. Banerjee and Dr. Patra and Dr. Sanjay Kumar were the people who formulated this flow sheet, which ensures a collaboration of 6 organizations: NML in the boundary of red, IIMT Bhubaneswar in the boundary of blue, JNRDC in green, along with Hindalco, NALCO and Vedanta are the industrial partners, which we are operating a mega project for extraction of all the metals: aluminum, iron, titanium, rare earths, and the residue goes in for utilization. On steel slag, we did some work with Tata Steel, where we have joint patent on granulate normal blast furnace slag, that is the air-cooled blast furnace slag, and followed by granulated blast furnace slag, where we could make 2 REOs of cerium and lanthanum. And the residue which comes after leaching, people say that if you use blast furnace slag for leaching by acid, you lose the commercial value of it, but we have ensured that it converts into a concrete slab of M30 grade. NML has been doing good work on coal fly ash and for extraction, but there is a team which does a lot of work on coal characterization and estimation of rare earths inside it. So from their perspective, we had estimated that in Mahanadi coalfields and Asansol coalfields, we have good amount of LREs available, out of which 50 to 60% are extractable. And this could be a flow sheet that can be tried out. New horizons in rare earth separation. Ionic liquids were tried out in NML way back in 2016-17, where we tried SIFOs as a reagent for separation of rare earths, for effective separation of 2 rare earths, that is praseodymium and samarium, and praseodymium and other rare earths. And recently we have done some work on use of MOFs in rare earth separation. This work was done by Shivendra, where he tried to use the MOFs for selective separation of lanthanum from a mixture of synthetic solution of rare earths. Production of rare earth metals by molten salt electrolysis. This is a pioneering area with, where our beloved late Dr. Shamal Kumar Maiti was involved, and he was involved in the extraction, making of rare earth elements of gadolinium and neodymium. Gadolinium was a very good project which we did in collaboration with DAE, and it was a 100 ampere closed cell where we could make gadolinium metal. And neodymium also we could make a metal of 40 to 50% process efficiency. These two projects were a pioneering work of NML with Heavy Water Board and DAE, and this was the first of kinds of its activity done in the recent times with pure salts. These are some of the patents which NML has filed since 1998. Was the first one on magnets, followed by, there have been a good break, but from 2012 onwards, we ensured that we could develop one technology at least every year on extraction of rare earths from some primary or secondary sources, and we are marching forward in this. NML has carried out around 28 projects funded by external agencies on rare earths. Around 40-45 publications have come up. You cannot publish everything when you have a patent, and you have got 10 patents out of that, and 6 PhDs and probably 3-4 PhDs more are coming of this. The recent era, we have finished the CIFIPRA project of Indo-French for electronic equipments. That is the France Institute Lille, where we collaborated, and we are doing good, excellent work on separation of rare earths from different materials. And recently, we have been trying to get ourselves collaborated with BRC Hyderabad, Dr. Anand Rao, Dr. Srinivas team for extraction of rare earths from Indian monazite as well. Acknowledgements to our industrial partners, CSIR, Niti Aayog, DST, BRNS, IGCAR, Nalco Tata Steel, Indian Oil, CIFIPRA, Skigam, Hindalco, Vedanta and IRL for the funding support and intellectual support as well. Thank you so much on behalf of NML Jamshedpur. So it looks like the only person speaking is me, but I have to manage the show, so I cannot stop it. And to keep the program continuing, because we are running short of time, we'll try to have a very crisp and elegantly framed panel discussion. And to have the panel discussion, may I invite the panelist, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, NML Jamshedpur, Dr. T. Srinivas, BRC, Dr. Yamuna Singh, and Dr. P.K. Banerjee on the dais, please. Please, sir. There's no sequence. We'll try to keep it real, fruitful, and we would encourage very, very specific and very, very encouraging questions from the people who are working in the area of rare earths in the panel, even the geologist and my friends from Hindalco as well. This would be a panel discussion where we'll be having direct questions to the panelists from my side, and also it can be coming from the audience side. And firstly, I would request from the right-hand side, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, to share his crisp notes on rare earth extraction in India.
Good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. So, I recall at National Metallurgical Laboratory, the first extraction of rare earth was in 1968. That is reported. Before that, NML was using rare earth for various applications, but extraction project was carried out in 68. Since then, we are working on rare earth extraction. And recently, some 3 years back, our parent body CSIR has started many sub-vertical. One of these sub-vertical is a strategic metal sub-vertical, which includes the rare earth also. So in this sub-vertical, there are 7 CSIR laboratories which are involved. And we have a very eminent panel of experts who are, I think, Dr. Samir Kamath, who is the Secretary of DRDO, Mr. D. Singh, Chairman IREL, Dr. R.N. Patra, Dr. Sanjay Dubey, and one more, right now I'm unable to recall the name. So with them, we prepared a roadmap for strategic metals, including the rare earths. And we have identified all the process developed at various CSIR laboratories. And then we are identifying the process which has the potential for upscaling. So we are going for it, and hopefully in very near future we will have a major activity on rare earth, because only last week our Director General, she has shown a lot of interest and asked all the information which is there, because she is meeting with some of the ministers, with many of the areas where CSIR is working. So I hope that something good will come on very soon.
Thank you so much, sir. Once we have the perspective of NML as well, I would request Dr. P.K. Banerjee, outstanding scientist, CSIR SIM for Dhanbad, to share his perspective on that.
Good evening. Thank you. Actually, I don't come from this rare earth metals, rather metals which are abundant in nature, you know. I work in iron and steel, I work
So
in
pardon me,
aluminum,
before
copper.
I request you that, I would like to share the audience who are unaware about it. Dr. P.K. Banerjee has got a plethora of industrial experience ranging from Tata Steel to Hindalco and now to CSIR. So we have one of the most widely spread industrialists come academician come scientists with us.
No, while I said that, no, not for the interaction, but what I said that, you know, while working in metal like aluminum, copper, iron, towards the end I came across this species called rare earth elements, REE. And that came, you know, when we are talking about in aluminum industry, the most, I'll say the most challenging issue was the red mud stuff. And then suddenly this subject came in a big way. The primary reason is not that red mud is a big issue for aluminum industry for sustainability point of view, but when it comes to economics, then we found there is something in red mud which can make the whole process economic and therefore sustainable. So that was the context we started working into that, and that was my initial exposure to the rare earth world, I should say. And that time worked with Abhilash, NML, IMMT, and of course all other aluminum industries, and came up with a roadmap. The whole thought was that, you know, we need a holistic kind of solutions. When I come from the industry, a lot of, you know, waste generates. I need to find a total solution for that, because rare earths is really in ppm level. That's not going to solve the disposal and handling and other challenges. So we need to create value from totality. So that was the angle we looked into, and we found that's very, very possible. And because in red mud you see so much of aluminum still there, iron is there, titanium is there, and of course silica alumina is always good for construction applications. And in between these rare earth elements, if you can recover, that adds a lot of value to the economics. So that's the way the broad thought process came into picture, and then of course started working. And by the time you started working, I also left that world. So I'm not part of that work right now. But today I'm in a mining industry. I got into the mining research right now. From industry, when I moved to Simphar in Dhanbad in mining research, I found another, I mean the subject is very, very relevant there also, because there are so much of opportunities in mining space to work for rare earth elements, especially again there are huge waste generates during mining, the overburden materials, the mining overburden materials. And this is another potential source of a lot of rare earth elements, I can tell you. So now our team started looking into that and done some work. Interesting, some overburden, as you know, the mineralogy will be different and all. Some overburden is having quite a good amount of rare earths, could be 1000 ppm or maybe 800 ppm level and all. So what we need to do is mapping of that material. We have to find out those resources. And another issue was the acid mine drainage kind of stuff. So that's the area where from mining segment, I find a lot of interest for these rare earth elements. Maybe we can deliberate with experts what we can do in that areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And once you have talked about the mining of rare earths, it would be good that we talk about some about the geology of the relevance. I request Dr. Yamuna Singh to give a perspective as to why is that we have got so much of literatures available on rare earths in India, but we still are not very, very good in mining out of them and processing it.
Well, if we look into the history of RE, way back in 1909, Somberg, a German chemist, reported monazite from beach sand. And from that, we did not march ahead in terms of RE prospects. It was, this monazite was recovered and as a routine way, just like that. More focus was on ilmenite or refractory phases, ilmenite, like that. Monazite was not given importance. If we look into the history of development world over, so this is the mountain pass era I presented in that. So they mined, then abandoned this mountain well, Australia. That was also mined for rare earth and abandoned. So there was no sustainability to pursue in terms of augmentation of its resources, mining, and developing process for extraction. Because there was no requirement. Requirement was not like this, it was not classified as a critical metal, then metal for coming tomorrow, day after tomorrow, the consumption is progressively increasing. So this has been the scenario about the historical development of rare earths. And if you look into that aspect, couple of years, maybe 1.5 decades, not more than that, there is intensified all of a sudden, there is talk about rare earth, as if earlier nobody was knowing this. So, and more it happened in 2010 and 11 when this China was found doing exploration in the exclusive economic zone of Japan, though they had tied up for technological advancement, knowledge sharing, but still, when this happened, so the relation broke and the global scenario changed about the rare earth from that day. If this China was not found doing illegal exploration in Japan's exclusive economic zone, perhaps things would have gone like that. But why the China has dominated the world in terms of not only rare earth, other critical elements, because their policy has been like that, you grab by any means. Don't bother for legal, whether legal or illegal, their motto was to grab. So the total stock of the rare earth, what China is having, not only the rare earth, all the critical metals, their policy has been like that, only silently they kept on working. So if you see the inventory of the rare earth, what China is having, I am not able to exactly pinpoint the percentage, but see from nearby countries, this iron adsorption clays, illegal mining, and they have encouraged it, and local people, the daily wages worker, as we have seen in certain areas, say like the tin. So they have silently augmented their mineral inventory, rare earth inventory, number one. Number two, they also knew the problem of extraction. So they have also developed technology for extraction of rare earth from various sources. It was not revealed to the public domain. If we look historically, actually the former USSR has done much more work on RE, but because of their policy of not revealing it to the public domain, you see the separation when gadolinite was found in gadolin mine. From there you see individual RE, how much former USSR has contributed. That is historical fact. So they have contributed, but it has not been known to the public. So this is the history of RE. And now all of a sudden this, whether we call it all of a sudden the zero emission target. We have set the target and it is globally, the target is set, but perhaps only the China was prepared for this. Nobody else was prepared. USA had a very good deposit, mountain pass, but they mined, and what they did, they are also in a back footing now. Today, USA, so now there is a kind of alignment going on, China versus rest of the country, European country, USA like that. So the rare earth requirement was not found, and requirement was not found in the high-tech applications. So with the discovery of newer and newer applications and this change in the global scenario, a panic kind of situation has developed.
Thank you, sir. I will just take a break in that. I would pass on the mic to Dr. Srinivas in asking that, thanks to China that, being a non-political speaker, I would say that thanks to China that we have been provoked by our interest to prolong the research and technologies in rare earths. But do you think whatever research RE projects that we have in India, whatever RE mines or the ore bodies we have in India, are all those economical, or we have got certain criteria apart from the criteria that you presented in your slides?
Actually, I will continue with what other people have told. See, this entire, Yamuna Singh was telling, we have not shown much interest in the rare earths till recent times. Monazite is only an incidental byproduct, and we are looking at monazite for thorium and uranium, not for rare earths. Now, I don't know whether it is a strategic this thing or otherwise. Suddenly, the important properties or the specific properties as well as the world objectives of clean energy, all those things have catapulted them into limelight. Now, rare earths in total, they are not very important excepting for 4 or 5 elements in that. Now, when you look at the Indian problem, you are telling, no, why Indian deposits, R&D and all those things. Unfortunately, all Indian deposits of anything are having challenging propositions. It is not easy to exploit any Indian deposit for anything. You take any strategic metal. This was the issue even when tungsten was getting exploited long back in 80s and all, when BRGM, NML, MECL, all of us formed a part, our tungsten were thrown away. Similarly, so we have to do our own tailoring of the process. And any research, see China for example, Bayana Wobo, that process flow sheet has not come all of a sudden. They worked for 45 years. We should see that. It so happened that the importance for rare earths and their maturity of technology coincided. Okay, so what we have to do is, as an R&D scientist, all the labs, we have to have our perseverance for developing a proper method for not for publishing papers, but we have to look at a technology which can be transferable. It may not be transferable at this moment. It may not be economical at this moment. But at least if you develop India-specific technology at one point of time or other, each of the deposits available, it will be taken care of. Now, we have to have that motive. And if you take the visionaries like Homi Jahangir Baba, when he has started the uranium program in the country, what was the uranium resource? It was hardly 1,000 tons. It was hardly 400, 500 ppm. It's a discards elsewhere in the world. But still he got the guts to pursue the nuclear power program and to take material like that. In fact, we have to take inspiration from that. It is a challenge for us. And not only that, I am telling you, it may not be really connected with rare earths, but I am telling we have to take inspiration. Recently, we have set up a new uranium plant in Tumalapalli in Andhra Pradesh. That is the largest reserve of uranium in the country, very big one. And at one point of time, maybe about a decade back, no one was looking at it. But then when the situation came, that we can only talk from point of strength. I will recall the words of Dr. Anil Kakotkar, another visionary. He told that whenever you are bargaining with another country for any transfer of technology, transfer of material, you should talk from position of strength. You should not talk from position of weakness. Therefore, he told you have to develop the thing, and today that plant in Kadapa district on uranium is functioning as one of the best uranium plant. And similarly is the case for many things. See, for example, you take the fast breeder technology of nuclear, this thing. US and all are coming after India only to see what is going on there. But India pursued it because we have thorium. So, if you take that one, we should take inspiration from various stories. So, our deposits, as I say, Amba Dongar, is definitely a complex deposit. It looks very attractive to outsiders. But when you put your hand there, you will know what is the challenge. So, what I would say is, and also we should correct the, what I will say, powers that be, that today you find importance for rare earths, tomorrow you give the material. That doesn't work for minerals. It will take its own gestation period, because there are so many things involved in that. And what I am telling is, as you said, I heard you telling that bioprocessing, now if in the entire country people have lost interest in bioleaching or bioprocessing, but that is required. You go back, the California and all, they are again doing bioleaching. When you look at the secondaries, you have to go for mild processing technologies. What are the mild processing technologies? This is one among them. So, we have to pursue our R&D things.
Great. Thank you,
this is
sir.
what I feel.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. 2 points I gathered from this over here is you need to have very good gestation period for developing a technology. And it was quite in tandem with His Excellency Governor speaking on the perseverance to pursue research. So, if the gestation period is nearly this long, what Dr. Srinivas mentioned, Dr. P.K. Banerjee, do you think how much time it would take this industry for rare earths to emerge out in India? Because we need an industrial base, a supply chain. If NML or CSIR makes rare earth salt, there has to be somebody who needs to take it up and go forward.
See, industry will only come when they see the economics there. So, only then they will start acting on it. That's the real scenario today, I can tell you. So, what we need to do before that, I am now on the other side. In fact, I am on the research side right now. So, I am just telling what we need to do. What we need to do, all experts need to come together, collaborate, do the job in parts, divide your entire activity. You have a very big vision. Divide into parts and start doing parallelly and collaborate. If we don't do it, we can't squeeze time. Because developing a technology needs time. You have to start with concept proofing, idea generation, concept proofing, bench scaling, pilot, all those things. You have to do it. But then you need to see that you are doing in parallel, moving very fast, collaborating with each other. The model what I was referring is a very good example actually. You have all aluminum companies and the right kind of, the research institutes are there. What is you need there also, you need an engineering partner. Possibly that part is, I do not see there very strongly. Yes. If you have that, and of course you take help, industry is there, so industry will help in scaling up. So if you can move fast, maybe in 2 years' time, take the idea to a continuous small pilot, I think job is done. You will find a lot of partners ready to help you. There are a lot of startups are there today. They are just looking for good ideas, and if they find there is a merit in it, they'll jump on it. Money is not a problem until you scale up. But if you give to conventional industries, big companies, they will think twice. Startup companies will take that because they are getting a lot of funding. So if you have a good idea, bring them and move fast. In my opinion, 2 years is a good time to demonstrate at a pilot scale. Great. Especially your technology where you are there, you can definitely in 2 years' time you can take it to.
Great, thank you so much, sir. Those words were quite elaborate, but it's still not giving me the right answer. How much time do you think the Indian companies would come up with emerging technologies or industry of rare earths would prolong in India? If anybody in the audience would have any questions on the discussion we had till now, so you could be able to raise your hands and ask that. Anybody from Hindalco? Yeah. Please introduce yourself and Can I have the mic, one mic passing on over there? Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hello. Good evening, all. I am Ravikiran Das, basically working in technical department in Hindalco, Muri. It was great. I learned new things very much. Sir, I had basically a doubt. First thing is, my concern is about red mud, because for making 1 ton of alumina, we generate around 2 tons of red mud. So basically, what is the fate of red mud? Like, what all researches have been made, and what are the upcoming researches that are on progress? I wanted to know that. Second is that, as sir said, the concentration is in ppm levels. So what is to be done for the rest of the part if we extract the RE from red mud?
That's exactly what I was referring at the beginning, that industry will look for that complete solutions, because you are producing in million tons. And naturally, it's not ppm is your interest. Maybe the interest will be of your CFO, Chief Financial Officer, will look for economics and all. But you will be more interested in the total disposal and all. So first of all, of course, Hindalco, if you do not know the Muri plant, they have created a benchmark, 100% utilization of red mud in cement industries. You have done it. You have already achieved it?
Even in more than 100%, because the existing red mud pond, we are utilizing that also.
So that's the thing. So I knew, that's why I'm telling you, it's more than 100%, means old stock is clear. But if that economics is 100, here is a proposal, you can create 200. That means in your entire strategy now should be not just giving to cement industries for this thing, you should create more value. And for that, the steps are that, I think, Avilas, you can tell that one. In your technology, what are the components you
What me as a part of NML and NML as a part of CSIR could do on the rare earth extraction from red mud, we tried to show a holistic flow sheet over here. The important merit that goes is, I take 1 kg or 1 ton of red mud, and at the end of the day, I am having 230 kg of residue which can go in for geopolymers. That is the flow sheet. So if at the end of the day I have got 200 kg odd of the material which ends up as residues, it's for geopolymers. So if you start from A to Z, that's complete utilization of material. So you sell, you make money, and you get cleared of your land. And it is very disheartening that you have sold off your red mud. Thankfully, I got 10 tons earlier from you, but we don't have much of red mud of Hindalco left with us. So that was an alarming sign for us, because Navneet requires a lot of red mud for his smelting activity in NML. Thank you so much. I will pose this question directly to Navneet, who is working on a project of extraction of rare earths from magnets. It's an industrial sponsored project. Navneet, what are the difficulties that you often found in scaling up the activities? Because this question can be directed to Dr. Srinivas, who is working on extractive metallurgy and separation of rare earths.
In NML, we are trying to scale up a process which is developed on the recovery of rare earth metals from wind turbine magnets. Basically, it's a roasting followed by leaching process. But, roasting itself is as, whatever we have, worked on that is concerned. It is it involves oxidation followed by chlorination. It's a chlorizing roasting actually. So basically the role of oxygen, the synergistic effect of oxygen and chlorine is there. So that is the main constraint where we are finding that it has to be carefully balanced to get the final product. So if roasting is done in that process, the subsequent processing is quite easier than that. And of course, in that process, we get 2 products. One is of course this rare earth oxide, and other is fine hematite powder, which has many applications, even for making iron powder.
So how do you think the process economics of this is good or is bad? Or you think there are better separation methods that can be used rather than using chloridizing roasting?
Actually, we surveyed many methods to recycle magnets, but we selected this method because of the better energetics. Because this process particularly required very low temperature for roasting, whereas the existing processes require high temperature oxidation followed by acid leaching. Again, we are not using acid here, we are using water as a leaching agent. So it has many environmental, economical, and of course the energetical benefits over the existing processes.
But your product is a mixture of RE oxide.
It needs further treatment for separating the individual rare earth elements.
So your views on that? It's a mixture of rare earth oxides. So do you think it would be a good time that they can collaborate with BRC and take up this activity?
Is a national mission, then in fact we have to stop working in silos. For the previous question also, if we work as a team, and that team should be consisting of experts from different domains, and whenever we are taking any waste, we should look at valorization, not at individual element isolation. So once you look at valorization, then there will be, you will have a fruitful end result. Now coming back to your question, you are claiming that the process is economical, whatever he says.
Yes.
Anyway, what is the scale of operation you did?
Right now, it was first tested at gram scale, now we are at 5 kg scale.
5 kg scale. Yes. So we say for every technology, there is something called minimum scale. Okay. I can tell you in the case of strategic materials, we will say 50 kg per hour throughput can be scalable to 2000 tons per day plant. We have got that thumb rule for strategic metals, some of the strategic metals. So like that in your case also, especially when it is involving multi-phase reactions, you are oxidizing. Okay. So when you are doing this oxidation, multi-phase reactions are there. In order to get better efficiency, you have to have something like a closed reactor system. All these things have to be very critically looked at. Okay. So that scale again, when you have these multi-phase reactions, once you go from one scale to the other scale, then efficiency drastically drops because the residence time distribution changes. Okay, yeah. That is one thing. Second thing is this oxygen, the quality of oxygen which you are using. What is the nature of oxygen which you are using?
We are simply purging air.
Huh?
We are purging air.
You are purging air,
yes.
Then it is fine. Otherwise, if you take that oxygen cylinder, yes. It is very dangerous. You must be knowing all plants have been stopped with supplies of oxygen during COVID pandemic.
Yes.
And when you see the reaction process with the air and oxygen, then it will be hell of difference will be there. So we have to look for either PSA based oxygen or air if it is going on with that. That is always a viable alternative. Yes. And regarding the scale of operation, I am not very confident what should be the thing for your waste, that magnets and all. Okay, I am not very sure. But separation, yes, they can be definitely collaborated.
Right.
BRC has developed some eco-friendly adsorbents for extraction of these rare earths from the solutions, the leachates. Okay, that will be very useful. And in fact, they have given the technology transfer to some Pune-based entrepreneurs, startups. Okay. That is going on now. But you can interact. I think DK Singh and that group we can interact.
Right. So if separation, you already advocated that the separation of rare earths is much efficient by solvent extraction. Here we have a researcher who is working on using different methods, non-obvious methods for separation of rare earths. Ma'am, your question.
Hello, good afternoon, sir. Actually, my question is continuation of the earlier discussion. I am using different polymeric beads, coagulation, flocculation for mineral ore beneficiation, as well as for different pollutants. My question is, do you think flocculation, particularly with advent of materials like magnetic flocculants, or a combination of magnetic flocculation plus electrocoagulation technique would be of help in future?
These are all, see, this magnetic flocculation idea is there last decade or so.
Yeah.
But it's translate. In fact, I will say flocculation per se is used, flocculants. What are flocculants we are using? They are only bulk chemicals which are being used.
Yeah.
Okay, specific flocculation means functionalized flocculants.
Yes.
Usage in mineral processing
Yeah.
is very, very limited.
Yeah.
We have, got a lot of published data, this can work, that can work.
Yeah.
But you tell me one instance where a functionalized polymer
Yeah.
has been used as a flocculant in industry? No.
Yeah,
It is very, very
that's
less.
right, yeah.
So what we have to see is time tested. We have to increase the scale of operation
Okay.
and see whether it is really working or not.
Okay, so we have to keep trying.
Yeah, we have to keep
Yeah.
trying.
Okay.
There is no doubt in that. No doubt in that.
So, okay, sir.
So,
maybe we try in
yeah,
lab
yeah,
scale.
because it may work as a concept,
Yeah.
but when you translate it to engineering of a process
Sure.
is always a challenge.
Yeah.
I will tell you, seawater contains 3 ppb of uranium.
Yeah.
It's a, time and again I am drawing lessons from uranium because for hydrometallurgy, uranium is the base. Rare earths is the base. Hydrometallurgy started with these things only. That is why I am taking analogy from there.
Yeah.
They have developed excellent adsorbents in the lab, which can capture 3 ppb uranium. But when you put it in the seawater, including Japan and all, these adsorbents are not working. They are getting wear and tear very fast. It's not functioning. So we have to put into the real systems at the appropriate scale. Then only any, but per se I cannot say, I cannot give that it will work or not work.
Yeah, sir, my experience
Like
is
I
also
said before.
for some parameters they are working well, but not for all. So maybe if we take a combination of this electrocoagulation, flocculation, magnetic flocculants, then okay, we'll keep trying.
Something,
Yeah.
definitely.
Okay.
Something.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. When we talk about separation, I think Shivend also has to ask something regarding separation.
Yes, sir, good evening. So I'll start the question, as you may aware about the very fact that every technology and every demand follows a bell curve. So in a recent time, when a report on the critical metals shared by Australian Institute, where it is projected that we have a demand of NdPr oxide to the tune of 18,1600 metric ton by 2030. And right now we have a capacity of producing it to the tune of 2,000 metric ton. So almost we need 9 times of it. So are we enough to rely on the primary sources? First point. The second point, when we talk about rare earth extraction, we focus more on hydrometallurgy and electrometallurgy because that's the way you go to end metal. So when we talk about hydrometallurgy, in the current period, we are getting a lot of constraints on the use of the water. So the cycling of water in a closed circuit is a very big issue in order to make sure that the TDS is going out of or utilizing out of the thing. The third thing is that when we talk about the secondary source, it is very important to make sure that we are getting a right source. In case of a magnet is certainly we are getting from the different sources. One would be nickel coated, the other could be non-coated with nickel. So the point is that complexity of the source. The second more important point is that availability of raw material.
Can we have this question a bit crisp?
Yeah, that's one already.
Yeah.
Let me answer one by one.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Because your question is too long. Okay. Regarding that NdPr business which you have spoken, that is world requirement or it is an Indian requirement?
Indian requirement shared by
Indian requirement. I can tell you one thing. They have lot of NdPr stocked in IREL. Unfortunately, the downstream is not developed at all.
Exactly.
There are no takers for anything. Because, listen completely. That's what IREL complaint is. Everyone is talking about rare earth demand, this thing, that thing and all. Who is using it other than the strategic departments? No one is coming forward to use the Indian raw material. Okay. So there is enough stock material of NdPr in IREL godowns. And they have got sufficiently matured technology to produce them. To generate them at a scale required. Okay. So the production of NdPr, at least I can say, is not a problem at all in India as of now, number one. Now second question, what you are telling?
Yeah, the hydrometallurgical processing of rare earth generates a lot of water, which is to be recycled closed loop.
Yes.
And in the current scenario, there is a lot of stress going on the water utilization.
Yes, yes.
So I would like to know the scope of this water utilization in the...
So here comes the membrane-based purification of effluents or effluent treatment and all, and electrodialysis. So here also what I am telling is, to certain extent, see, one thing is that we also have to see how much it is spoiling the environment. If you bring down that spoiling factor from 100 to 50, graded approach only is required. So enough research and strong, I think that Central Marine Research Laboratory in Baroda or somewhere, and our own BARC have got very strong groups which are working on the membranes. Okay, so definitely it may not give totally pure water, but it will give less harmful discharges. People are working on that. And our metallurgical, see, actually it should be taken in a holistic scale. You do all your nonsense and give a very complex solution chemistry liquor to the membrane fellow and ask him to purify it. How can he do it? So there should be some way of regulating at each and every stage. He should tell us that don't use TDS beyond 100 gram per liter. Then you engineer your process in that way. So you cannot put your problem on others. You do whatever you want and put problem on others.
Sir, but in hydrometallurgy, you inevitably deal with the water having a high TDS above 10,000 milligram per liter.
So solvometallurgy is coming, no? Yeah. Solvometallurgy is coming.
Sir, I don't think, you know better about that, but the solvometallurgy is very costly in terms of the...
I would request Shiven to hand it over to Shashwati for the last question from the audience.
I have a very quick question on one of the slides which Dr. T. Srinivasan you have presented. You have shown extraction of rare earth from fly ash. Just because we did it ourselves, we tried it actually, I would say. Do you actually need a pre-treatment step before you actually can extract fly ash, REs from fly ash? Did you need that? Or was it actually an easy one?
Reply. See, we have taken that Nivelle lignite, okay? Then first job we did was to find out the deportment. Okay. Deportment, how we found, first is microscopy and all, some discrete monazite and discrete zircon was there. But besides that, when you do the sequential chemical analysis, there is an ASTM method. So in that we found 50% of the rare earths present are in ion exchangeable part.
Okay.
Right? Okay. And the rest 30-35% is bound to iron oxides. So obviously the job became very easy.
But this is from the fly ash you are talking about?
Yes. Okay. That's what. You asked that question.
Yes,
only,
yes.
So I am telling you that. Okay. So without pre-treatment, straight away
so you could do that.
That exchangeable thing has come.
Okay.
Then you have that bound to iron oxides. So we have just used 1.5 molar sulfuric acid or something around that. And we were able to get good recovery. Okay. As I was telling during the presentation, we did not deliberately adopt any drastic conditions which will spoil the pozzolanic character of the material. Because ultimately bulk use should be preserved.
Yes, absolutely.
At the mildest possible conditions, try to sequester it.
So just in continuation with that, we tried to use organic acids. As you can see, as you can understand, that's the buzzword today. Finding out an alternative to the corrosive mineral acids. So we have used organic acids. But whenever of course we are getting good recovery. Some are behaving really well, some are not behaving, and I'm talking from coal ash. So the only thing is from the economic point of view, I think since all of you are industrialists actually. You're R&D as well, but we have industrialists in the panel as well, who can think of the economics. Organic acids, I think they have come a long way, but do you think actually it has some future as when we compare it with mineral acids and the cost?
My reply for that is take the carbon credits. Take the carbon credits.
Okay.
Okay, if you use a mineral acid, what will be the damage you are doing on the environment?
Yes.
Okay, and then you calculate what is the loss through that. That's what graded approach is always better. You have a devil. But if you have a lesser devil, prefer that. Okay, and many Egyptians are using these so-called organic acids for their phosphate processing, Jordanians and all. Is it not? You see, a lot of literature is there. So they are using citric acid and...
yes, citric acid is more prevalent.
And recyclability of organic acids is also there.
Yes.
So absolutely, See, what I am telling is it's your perspective, looking it in an integrated way. That always gives a correct picture.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shashwati.
Organic acid will also give an advantage from pozonic point of view also.
Yeah, definitely.
You have multiple advantages.
So how much? We are using 5 to 10% organic acid.
Great, Siraj, we can have it outside there. Thank you so much for the wonderful discussion and sharing of thoughts. The motto behind having this panel discussion was to imbibe the culture of materials to products among the people who are working in NML, as well as the thankful guests who have come from outside for this session. To close the session, I would leave the last question to Dr. Sanjay Kumar. Based on all the discussions, sir, representing NML, what do you think and where do you think NML should chip in the area of rare earth research? What are the few things that you feel that NML should chip in? And that would close the panel discussion.
Hello. Yeah. See, NML is working in this area since long, and many of the processes has been developed, but at gram scale. The very first thing an NML should try is to upscale the process and then see the techno-economics, whether they are going to be feasible or not. Because often we give the justification that this is the material of a strategic importance, so we should not look into the price and other things. But ultimately, price will come into the picture when you are going for a production. So NML should identify few rare earth metals and try to upscale it, if possible, jointly with the industry. And they should collaborate with BARC and other places where there is expertise. So I leave the choice of rare earths on the research group. I'm not commenting on to that, but you should do that.
That's what the comment was desired, but it's okay. We would leave it an open-ended scheme for the researchers to collaborate among each other. And holistic was the one word which was chipping on all the directions. On behalf of NML and the OWL organizing committee and all the NML employees and Director NML, I would like to thank all the panelists, starting from Dr. T. Srinivas, Dr. Yamuna Singh, Dr. P.K. Banerjee, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, for giving in their time to ask and answer whatever the questions that came from the audience and even share their ideas. I am sure this would imbibe some kind of vibrancy in the people to work in rare earths. I don't know exactly, but Shashwati definitely looks to be a bit benefited on pre-treatment of the fly ash in which she is working, and even ma'am. So this would leave the things open for us to collaborate and to work further in the area of rare earth research. Thank you so much, and have a nice stay back in Ranchi and journey back home. Thank you so much. The workshop and the first day is culminated. We request you to go proceed towards the lobby area and have the high tea served by the OWL organizing committee. Dr. Sarmishta Sagar is there. And the people who are ready to depart from Ranchi to Jamshedpur may please take their check-in baggages and stuff so that nothing is left out over there, because we don't have any function over here tomorrow.
हाँ ऊपर भी चले जाएगा सब इधर आ जाओ ऊपर नीचे करके
आइए मैडम।